is here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web. Or play it if you dare. At the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Moving on up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California. The first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen, and I'm joined by Shirley Rosario, the poker babe. Shirley, I changed my shirt up for everyone today.
This is not black.
Yep.
Still t-shirt, but
We're going to be doing our $200 restricted buy-in no-limit hold'em game. The blinds for this game are 3 and 5. And we are going to get to the table right now and start to introduce the players.
okay, in seat number 1, we have Bobby. Brian's in seat number 2. David's in seat 3. Rauman's in seat 4. Paige we have in seat 5. Seat 6 is John. Seat 7 is Alex. Seat 8 is Mike. And help me with that one.
Majid.
Mahid?
Mahid. Yeah,
I
maybe
don't
the J.
know.
I don't know.
Majid, okay.
Majid in seat 9. So again, for those of you that are unfamiliar with the show, the yellow chips are $5 chips. The blues are 1s. Sometimes we'll see whites, which are 100s in this game. You don't usually see purples in this game. Stack is $100. A rack is $500. And usually, people will, stack their chips in 20-chip denominations. So, a stack would be 100. Now, seat 9 there, he's got more, obviously. He's being a little uncooperative.
Oh, more in a stack.
Yeah. And we're going to get in to the first hand here. It looked like somebody raised to $10. And Jack 8-3 here on the flop. And Brian's flop top and bottom. And he's going to lead for 35 with Jacks up, Jacks and 3s.
35.
Doesn't look like, Majid's got the gut shot there on the button. Backdoor spade draw. That's a $35 bet. And surely in no limit, if you're going to make a call on the draw here, you might get faced with a big bet on the turn. So you have to figure that you might only see one card if you make that call.
You want a little better draw than one out?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to follow a live thread that started on the internet, you can go to 2plus2.com, spelled out. Click on forums, click on World Poker Tour and other televised tournaments, and we are right there, official Live at the Bike thread for 9-8. I want to ask everyone on 2plus2, for my own sanity and for Isaac, of course I'm from Boston and Isaac is from Oakland, please refrain from giving updates from tonight's football game on the thread. We both have it TiVo'd. We're both going to run home and try to watch it without knowing the score.
You know they're going to do it on purpose now to piss you off.
I'm asking all the fans out there to please refrain.
He's begging you.
Please refrain. Looks like this pot was limped around here. 5-way action. Majid has to show the card over there in seat 9. He's going to bet. We don't know what he has. Looks like he's betting $15.
There we go.
Ace 10. Flop was Jack 8-10, so he's got second pair and he bets.
He does have the best hand at the moment.
Yeah, and Brian's called him the second pair, but he's got a worse kicker. And we're heads up 5-10 of spades against Ace 10. Majid's going to check here as Brian checked, and the river's at 3. Let's see if Brian fires from early position here with the second pair. No, it's just going to get checked down. And Majid's going to take it down. A lot of new faces here. I don't think we've seen any of these people.
I don't even think I've played with really any of these players beside, I think it's seat 3. I'm familiar with him. Other than that,
well, people say that they actually like the mix that we do. I mean, this is a game that I would assume that most of the people who are watching play the most, these restricted no-limit games.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you're playing unrestricted games at 5-10 or 10-20 blinds, there aren't a whole lot of people that have the experience or the bankroll to play that game
right.
in the general population in terms of, viewership. Obviously, last night was a great game, 300, 600 limit. And, of course, we're going to try to change it up as much as possible. Probably try to keep our traditional game on Friday, have our big game on Wednesday, maybe throw in a limit game when we move to the schedule next week, have a 3 to 5 game, have a 200 game sometimes, have a 100 game sometimes. And we've got four-way action here. Looked like it was limped around. Queen 4-8, couple of diamonds. And John's going to bet here with top pair out of seat 6. David's got a flush draw over there in seat 3. He's probably going to call. He is. Small blind. And we're heads up here. 7-10 of diamonds against Queen 7. Well, the turn's a 10. It gives David a pair now and a flush draw. And it goes check, check. And the river is a king. And David checks. And John's going to bet here. He's going to bet $10. With the third spade coming on the river. And he actually gets a call, so it ends up being a nice little value bet. I probably would have checked it down there, Shirley.
Yeah, I think I probably would have too.
At the end. But he wins an extra $10 there. So, of course, it was great having Barry Greenstein.
It's always great having
the
Barry in here.
Last night. I mean, he is great for information and, you know, the background and the technical stuff that he gets into is worth $14.95 in itself for
just
one episode.
For that,
and I heard that people, again, the archives, of course, if you want to sign up for the archives, you can see all the saved shows. And Barry's been on the show 3 times now. It's $14.95 a month. The show that he was on last week, I hear, is going to be put up tomorrow night. We were having a problem with our server in Vegas, and we apologize for that. And then, of course, last night's show will probably be up in a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
And you got some great 4 hours of no-limit commentary from him last week, and then
about
pretty much
2.5
3
left.
hours
Yeah.
or 2.5 hours last night of the limit stuff. Ace-7 Jack. Couple people have Ace-10 here. Seat 6 was a straddler, so it was $10 to call, and a couple people had called. 3 people had called. And Mike leads for 25 with the Ace-10, and Brian calls. So we're looking at about an $80 pot here to the turn. Both players share the same hand, and if no one goes out, it's going to be a chop pot. Turn's a jack. Check, check on the turn, and the river's deuce. And now Brian's going to bet. He's bet 25, and he's probably going to get a call. Chop it up. Of course, no limit. Texas Hold'em, you play any 5 cards in any combination. Players play aces and jacks with a 10 kicker there.
I'm near the button.
You a big football fan, Shirley?
Not really. I think we've had this discussion. I think I'm only really a basketball, but even that I'm not so much anymore since Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley
I can't
left.
watch pro basketball, man. It's just crazy. I mean, I'll catch the end of the playoffs, but...
Yeah, but when Michael Jordan used to play, you did enjoy it then, right?
When the Bulls won 82 games one season, yeah, that was kind of fun.
I think it was 72.
72, you're right. Yeah, 82 would have been... there you
I
go.
see, I do know basketball.
There you go.
Could have been slow playing ace jack too. Flop 2 pair. That's bet that all in. Bet that all in. Bet that all in. I'm learning a new strategy, man. Bet that all in.
So I think that we kind of take the show as more of an instructional show of kind of what to do, what not to do. You and I have a lot of experience in this game. Pocket ace is over there in seat 2. That's Brian. And he's going to make it 30 to go. There were a couple of limpers in front of him.
Doesn't look like anyone's going to make this call here.
Well, Mike's going to come in with 7-9 offsuit.
Well, yeah.
There you go.
What do I know?
Out of position, too. So aces against 7-9 offsuit. And the flop comes 7-5-5, and Mike's in big trouble if he's going to stick around here.
Well, he's leading out here. Maybe if we get a raise here, he'll be able to get away from the hand.
Yep. And he did lead out, and Brian has raised. I believe the bet was 30, And Brian raising the 30 more, and Mike made the call, and he is
Yeah.
drawing really slim.
I think it was, I think the bet was 15, then raised at 30.
Oh, the
Total.
turn is a 9, but aces up still's going to play here. Aces and 5s. But this might get Mike more involved.
I think so.
And Brian's going to lead here, it looks like, again.
Looks like 45.
45, and he gets looks like a smooth call
Yes,
there.
he
So we're
does.
looking at about a $210 pot. And the
Ooh.
river's an ace, and Brian fills up, and that might be a little bit of an action killer. Because again, now Mike, ace anything beats Mike's hand here.
Right.
It's about a $200 pot. And that's got to be the worst card that you could see in the deck if you had 7-9 in that spot.
100.
And he's going to check, and Mike bets 100 here. So he's betting half the size of the pot.
Mike's sitting there probably thinking that was a horrible card, but that was actually a good card for him because it saved him $100.
Well,
Well,
you don't know. He hasn't
It
folded
should save
yet.
him $100.
He hasn't folded yet.
Yeah, and he has him out counting them. He
And look
makes
at
the
this.
call.
He makes the call in a $400 pot right there. Aces full of 5s. And again, Shirley, you look back at the hand, and obviously 7-9. I mean, you've got what in essence is top 2 pair there, but then that river card is an ace. And unless
Right.
the guy is just on a total bluff. Now remember, if I'm seat 8 there, I led on the flop, I got raised.
Right.
Then the guy put another big bet in on the turn.
And then when the ace came,
Then he
he's
put
not afraid of it.
another big bet in on the river,
Right.
and there's really not a lot that you can beat there.
No.
You can't beat any type of pair that's over 9s,
Right.
10s, jacks,
You can't beat a
queens,
5.
kings.
You can't beat an
You
ace
can't
deuce
beat
kicker.
ace rag.
Right.
Yeah, there really wasn't a lot that he could beat.
Well,
there.
like you said, he could beat a bluff.
Yeah. But I mean, what bluff? King jack and king queen. Pretty
I know.
much,
There's
right? Yeah.
a straight draw. I think the flop was 7-5-5. So if someone
Right.
had a 6-8. well,
Remember that guy had raised pre-flop too. So
Yeah.
you go work back in the hand. Bobby is going to bring this one in for $25 with pocket jacks. And Mike is going to call here with deuce 4 off suit, and Majid is going to call with deuce 4 suited. Oh boy. Wow. King 5 deuce, couple of clubs. It's an $80 pot. Check, check. Bobby's going to bet 50 with the jacks. And look at this. Mike's going to call there with bottom pair. Wow. So he would need to catch the case deuce here or one of the remaining 2 4s. He's in real bad shape.
He is, yeah.
And Majid, he's thinking about it too, but it looks like he's
Yeah,
gonna
I mean,
muck it.
you play those kind of hands. It's not really the flop you're looking for.
No.
Not looking to make bottom pair. You're looking to make a straight 2 pair, something like that.
Well, now the turn is an 8 of clubs, and that's an interesting card because now the
Ooh.
river's a 10 of
I
clubs,
knew that was
and
coming.
Mike has caught a running flush with the 4 of clubs, and it's probably just going to get checked down, and he's going to take it down there with the flush. Wow. I was going to say...
I had a feeling that was going to happen.
Well, I was going to say, if you play the hand like that, and we saw Kathy Lieber do it, if you're going to stay in there on the flop with bottom pair to try to hit spike trips or 2 pair, why not use the 3rd club
As a bluffing
as a
tool.
bluff card?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen a bet there
Right.
on the turn from up front by Mike. And knowing that the other guy doesn't have a top pair, it's really difficult for him to call there. And that's
Well, we
spot
know
with
that,
pocket
yeah.
jacks. Yeah. But, yeah, bluff at it there. Use the club to bluff it. But he ends up winning the pot anyways. So Little Dave on 2+2 says, yes, you change your shirt, Bart, but get some sunshine. You need some color. It's bad. Well, I have to
think I'm
tell you,
worse than
it's
you.
the lighting, though. They changed the lighting around. We have these new floodlights.
Bart, you're white.
No, yeah, but we have these new floodlights up here, and that's what it is. It's not. See,
He's white.
I mean, look how white we. But it's it's
you
the
look whiter than I
lights.
do, and I'm
It's the
white girl.
lights. I'm telling you, it's the lights. Ace 7-5 here on the flop. Couple of hearts. A couple people have top pair. And turn is a 7. And now, the chances are this is going to be a chop pot,
Oh, we'll see.
but we're going to see the river. Yeah, river's a 10.
Ace.
And both players are going to play aces and 7s with the 10 kicker, and they're going to chop it up.
Good hand. I love chop chop. Especially when I got a 4 kicker.
Can't beat this guy, man.
Well, it was just, the other interesting thing that I found from last night watching the game was that the players that Barry called good limit hold'em players, the limit specialists, really played a solid game of limit hold'em. I mean, they were
the two
playing.
players that
Mimi Tran
and David
and,
Oppenheimer.
and Oppenheimer were playing totally solid, like you would play a solid 30-60 game. So, I don't think that
I saw
there's-
David have a
Yeah,
couple hands in there.
Yeah, he did. But I was actually specifically talking about Mimi. I mean, and actually, she brought in a hand in second position with ace jack offsuit, and Barry said that's going to be the absolute minimum that she's going to play in early position, which is, she probably would muck an ace 10 or something like, something like that.
Well, when I think they were 7-handed, she came in first position with queen 10
Well, okay.
raising. But I don't remember if it was suited,
Yeah.
if it was in
Uh-huh.
he said he was surprised to see that, but
He did. He said she was surprised to see that. So,
Right.
again, I mean, obviously she's adjusting to a loose table. I mean, I
Uh-huh.
interviewed her. She said it was a looser table, but it just goes to show you that the limit hold'em specialists, I mean, most likely the best way to play it is how we think of playing a solid limit hold'em game, even at that level. Now, there were a lot of people that were not necessarily limit hold'em specialists. Their games were triple draw, Omaha.
Yes.
They play a mixed game. And I also thought it was interesting that Barry said that Hassan Habib was playing pretty tight because he might not feel comfortable with limit hold'em. It's not necessarily his game, so he's going to tighten up a bit. And
or the television.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
that too. But Hassan wasn't getting a lot of action from the other players.
Lucky to have such good company, right?
And
Absolutely.
it looks like Alex brought this one in seat 7 for 35 with ace king. And Mike has cold called with 8-10 offsuit, I believe.
Mike's having a cocktail over there. It might have something to do with it.
Well, I got to see in front here. Did Alex bring this one in, or did Mike raise here? No. There was a raise by ace king, and Mike cold called with the 8-10 offsuit, and we're heads up.
But he is in position this time.
Yep, he is. Deuce 3-4. Alex is going to continue with the lead. He bet 60, and Mike is going to lay it down. So we've got a couple of loose players, obviously, in the game.
Mm-hmm.
One of the other things that Barry said on the broadcast last night was that Mimi is rarely invited to a limit hold'em
I
session.
know.
like that.
I found that interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would imagine, Yosh runs his game over here. He doesn't want some
No,
chick
he
coming
doesn't.
in and kicking all his players'
No,
asses.
Of course
So
not. Of course not. And I think Barry did hop in the game for a little bit afterwards.
did he?
Yeah. But they turned it to a mixed game. Again, we really kind of frown about people coming in commentating and then playing in the game after the fact.
Mhm.
But they did turn it into a mixed game, so. Mike raised here with Jack-9 offsuit, and he takes down the blinds. Oh, excuse me, seat 1 is in there. We couldn't see that. And he was actually brought the hand in for a raise with pocket
Pocket
tens. And
tens.
Mike, excuse me, he called with Jack-9, and the flop comes Queen 6-9. And Bobby bets 100, and let's see what Mike does. Mike calls with second
Yeah.
pair? Wow! Holy smokes. The turn's a deuce. Now Bobby's got to be worried. Oh,
Well, he's
gonna
not
move
worried.
all
He's
in.
moving all in.
He's going to move all in, and
Remember, he did see
Yeah.
Mike turn over deuce 4. So
I know, but the thing about that, making that move, obviously we can see it, but if these people get attuned to how Mike plays, I don't necessarily know if that's the right play on the turn because he will likely call with the queen and throw away second pair, which is exactly what happened in that spot.
Right.
So you're going to get called by a hand that beats you only in that case.
And not get the value out of
Yeah.
it. And also, you know, I mean, you could accomplish the same thing. If he did just want him out of the pot so he didn't suck out on him, he could accomplish that with a smaller bet.
Right.
With the $250 bet rather than risking your whole stack.
Right.
You
Right,
hit
if you
for
want to
risk
gain
your-
information with the least amount of chips in your
Yeah.
stack. I think that was kind of a little bit of an overbet there on the turn.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. New player there coming in as seat 9. Paul. Sigma Pi Epsilon. Brings me back. Alex brought this one in for 15 with looks like 6-9 of diamonds. Wow. And seat 3 is going to come over the top all in with ace queen.
115 more.
Alex got called in 2 spots in between by the poster and by Mike. And David says, you know, enough of this. I'm moving all in. And Mike's going to make the call here with Jack 9 of spades. Wow.
He's in trouble with his spades.
And Paul's going to make the call with pocket 5.
Well, he hasn't done it yet, but
Wow.
it looks like it.
Is he going to gamble up here? Oh, I thought he was counting out the chip.
Well, he was counting them out. He hasn't, yeah.
Earlier, I made him catch up.
No, he's
Nope.
going to let it go. Got to be careful with that when you do that. When you count
Yeah,
out the chips.
you put them
in
up a
front of
little
you.
bit more in front of you, you're done. You're in.
So David's about, I'd say 61, 62% here. Mike has some live cards, although we know that actually 2 of the 9s are dead, so ace queen's in a better spot here. No help on the flop.
Oh,
The
no.
turn is a 7, so Mike picks up a straight draw. A jack 9 or 10 would do it here. Oh, the river is a 4, and ace queen's going to take it down.
Ace queen.
Did you flop it? Any of it? I know, I was just wondering.
It would have been worse if I did.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
Yeah, it's only like 60-40. Well, 10 would have made you a jack. All you need is a 9 or a jack. Jack or 9, that's it. You don't need anything.
And again, when we get back to the basic strategy of this game, when the stacks are relatively short, which they seem to be, I mean, some people have chips, it's almost surely like playing more like a limit game where you play ABC until you can really build a stack up. Pretty solid play is going to prevail in this game, usually because there are weaker players in the game that are going to make inferior calls with lesser holdings.
That's right.
In case, which we've seen here in Seed 8 so far.
Yeah, I mean, I do loosen my starting hand requirement and no limit hold them, but you're right. You know, I usually do that after I,
Right.
gain a few chips and our chip stacks are, large where I can win a lot of money.
Now, Mike brought this one in with ace 4 of diamonds, and he's going to get called by Paige. First time we've seen her in a pot, and John with jack deuce of diamonds. And the flop comes all hearts here, 10, 5, 9. Now, Paige has the ace of hearts, so she's got overcards in the nut flush draw. And Mike is going to bet here. He's going to bet 50.
Less than people left and right. Doesn't matter. I would have put him in.
And, she's kind of on the short stack here. Looks like she's just going to call. A lot of people would just push the
I
remaining
would
amount of
have
chips. You got
pushed her.
overcards in the nut flush draw.
Unless I'm already on the blind.
Especially against Mike, I would.
And a 9 pairs up on the turn. Her hand is still good. And it goes check, check. And the river's a 10. And look at this. Now she's backed herself into a chop pot now by not being aggressive. And that's good.
Honestly, I think even if she pushed in, Mike was going to call her.
Oh, obviously.
I think they were going to get
Well,
that
I
chop
don't
pot
know.
regardless, but I do
think
like
if
that
she-
move better.
You think if she pushed in on the flop, Mike would have called with ace 4 of diamonds?
He called $120 with Jack 9.
Yeah, but
Pre-flop.
he had a pair, though.
No, pre-flop last hand,
No,
remember?
no, I understand that, but I mean, that's very, very difficult to call a check raise with ace 4 of diamonds, 10, 5, 9, all hearts. Again, obviously we can see the cards.
Right.
And but just the way that Mike is playing, I mean, I might even be
Mike's
confident
making
that
some calls
I might be confident that my ace queen is good anyways. Plus, I have
Right.
a draw to the hearts.
to the nuts.
So But, you know, again, we haven't, you know, you wonder how many people at the table have seen what Mike has shown down. We couldn't get a glimpse if he turned over the
Well,
Jack
he's shown
9.
Deuce 4.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if he
did
showed
turn
the
the Jack 9 over
And
against
he's-
Ace Queen?
I don't know if he showed the 9s and 7s.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have the privilege of seeing more hands than what they're seeing, but they all did see Deuce 4.
Yeah. Now, Majid, he's moved over to seat 2. He's raised with pocket 10s to, to 50, and David's got pocket aces in seat 3. And he's got a smooth call. Maybe not a bad play here, because that's a big raise by pocket 10s. You wouldn't necessarily think that anyone's going to come in behind you if you call $50 cold, and he gets it heads up. So he might play a trap if it's a raggy board. Jack 7-7 here. And look at this. Majid moves all in here with the flop, and we're looking at a $400 pot again. David with the overpair way out in the lead in seat 3. Oh, the turn's a 10. And Majid's filled up. And the river's a 5. That's a brutal beat. 2 outs on the turn. Look at that. I mean, especially in a tight game, Shirley. I mean, the only time, you know, you got a $50 raise. Now that screams something like 9s or 10s. And I have aces on the button. No one else is in. I like the smooth call. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is that Mike, he's in the blind. Now, I don't know if Mike, maybe Mike had folded before that. Okay, Mike had folded. So then I'm not worried about anything. The only time I might re-raise that is just because Mike, I don't necessarily want to get busted in my aces if he's going to come in with any 2 cards. But aces is so good in that spot, I might not even mind him calling, you know, with a way inferior hand.
They're coming at 10 o'clock.
But I think that David, in that case, he played the hand beautifully. And I'm not a proponent of slow playing, but it was a big pre-flop raise with pocket 10.
Yes, it was. Oh, I mean, he got exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
Well, almost exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
He got all his money in there with the best of it.
Paul in seat 9 is going to bring this one in for $20 with King Jack of clubs. David, who just won that pot, or just had that bad beat with aces, he calls with a suited ace, ace 4 of hearts. And seat 7 has got ace king. And he's going to re-raise here. He's made it 100 to go. And I don't think that these players can call. And there you go.
I'm surprised when I race, he didn't get $15 to see what you have. No way. Yeah, if he puts me on, then I have to call.
That can't be bad. That happens exactly how I want.
So again, this is going to, you know, we've got a couple more days left on this schedule and then we're going to be, moving to 6 to 9
Monday through Friday.
And then in the next month or so, everyone in England will see us on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, it looks like Mike's having some cocktails over there. Nothing wrong with having a little fun at the poker table.
I don't really agree with drinking while you're playing.
Well, you know, I used to drink some beer sometimes now, but now, you know what, I just kind of separate myself from it. It's a bad habit, they say, you know. You can be a successful
plenty
poker
other
player
times, yeah, that
and
you
you
can
can
drink
win
your
money, but there's only then a small percentage that win money that can defeat their bad habits. And drinking at the table and then playing badly is definitely a bad habit
Right.
that you're going to need to defeat.
Now, if I was to buy a whole table of drink, thinking it would loosen them up, I would have one, you know, to get the game going. But
Fortunately
that would be
for me, you know, going to Syracuse just posted my jumped my tolerance up a bit where it's not really going to loosen me up. One drink. 9-3-5 here on the flop. And Alex is going to lead for 45. It got checked him on the button. He has nothing, and he's going to take it down.
So you're not a cheap date, huh, Bart? I can't get you drunk and.
If you give up some chips, I'll lose.
Uh huh.
You going to take advantage of me,
Yeah.
Shirley? Couple limpers here.
You know what makes me laugh is, Jive. Always wanting to hear the table talk. We have that little 2-minute pause right now, and they don't say anything. What is there to listen to?
We've got, it looks like 7 people. 8 people in the pot. Wow. 8 people limped around. And the flop comes ace, deuce, 8. All diamonds.
C2's betting there. He has 2 pair, top 2 pair.
Yep, he's going to bet 50, ace, 8. And Paige just got the nut flush draw here with the king of diamonds.
I don't expect anybody to call.
And
I'd rather if I just take the pot.
again, I would rather see her push here than just
Then
call,
call.
so you can see 2
Thank
cards, obviously.
Go
But
away,
the thing is that, again, to get back to a restricted buy-in game,
Honest, go away.
Majid with that type of hand, he's not going to muck for an extra $125 anyways. You know? Pretty
No, and I would, if she was going to do that, I would rather seen her do it on the other board with the ace of hearts, where
Right.
she has an overcard. Here she has the undercard. You know, she only had the king something.
Right.
Undercards, and someone has an 8. She's only drawn to the diamond.
Right.
Or runner, 2 pair, 3 of a kind.
No, I don't want to wait till we catch you.
But again, when the stacks are deep, you have to take into account that a semi-bluff, I mean, usually at least half of a semi-bluff is the fact that the guy might fold.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you don't have any chips behind you, you've taken that out of it. So do you want to commit your chips when you're an underdog? Now, the difference was with ace-queen was if I was in her spot, I think my hand might be good anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the difference.
$25? That would be $200 pot. Come on, everybody, $25, no peeking one time. We did that earlier.
He won.
Mike is going to limp in there with the suited connector, 8-9 of spade.
Crazy.
And Majid's going to raise out of the
He's been
blind.
some big raises in.
He makes it 30 to go. He's got ace-queen.
Yeah, but there's only, there was not much in the pot. That's pretty big for this game.
And Mike calls with the suited connector.
Wow.
Well, here we go to the flop. Ooh, 7-10-4. So Mike's got an open-ended straight draw. And Mike's going to bet it. Going to bet 45. And Majid's done with it.
So that's one point I didn't think about. That
And look,
Mike
Mike
was the one
shows
that
the
had
8-9.
called $5. That you could get a
Yeah,
you could get a big bet from him.
Yeah, that's a raise for value
Yeah.
there, obviously. I mean, unfortunately for Majid there, that was not the flop. that was good for him. But why not raise with ace-queen on that spot?
Don't
Against
give
him.
it away to other
You know.
people so easily, okay? Save them.
And Majid's picked up ace-queen again, the same hand.
This time he's just calling.
Yeah, Mike has raised to 15 with king-8 suited. People had limped in. Now, in that spot, I don't know why you wouldn't re-raise again. Although, I mean, Mike, he didn't limp, he raised, but if you think you have the best hand. Queen 7 jack on the flop, and Majid's flop top pair, and he's going to lead right for 100 into a $60 pot.
Don't go away, please.
And
Don't leave.
everyone's going to mock.
He's saying don't go away, but that's exactly what he wanted. If he's putting a $100 bet into a $60 pot.
Yeah. You know, again, well, obviously Mike raised there, but when he raises to 15 from late position with a bunch of limpers in there, I mean, that senses to me if he had a bigger hand, he would probably want to make it a little bit more. Now, maybe not, but now you've got 4 people in, a couple of limpers in front. Somebody called the 15. I might put a big re-raise in there, try to get a heads up with a hand that I think is the
probably would have
best.
played it differently. I mean, if I had called there and I hit that kind of a flop with the rainbow board, rainbow, and I would have put in a check raise. Disguise your hand a little bit because that's about the best that you can hit. Queen Jack baby. I know you believe just betting your hand, straightforward play, but
No, I know what you mean there by check raising if he's going to bet.
he was in first position with a lot of people there. I
Right.
think he could have. Someone might have bet.
6-way action here. 9-9-5. It was limped around. So Majid's he's flopped trip 5s. And Mike is going to bet. He has nothing, but Bobby's got the nut flush draw. Now somebody bets, and somebody calls in between. I love the raise here by Majid now, because you've got a better and a caller in between, and he's gonna pop it up here.
To 100
He
more.
makes it 100. That's a lot, obviously.
Yeah, it's 100 more, so that's a pretty big raise.
Yep.
But that's consistent of what he's been doing.
I'm out of booze. I need a refill. It's my turn.
I'm hoping he'll call.
You're doing so well. You should buy the next drink. What do you think?
Now, a more advanced play there might be, Shirley, if you can do quick calculation in your head, is to put somebody on a flush draw and raise an amount where they're getting outpriced to see one card. Now Bobby's going to mock the flush draw, and Majid shows the 9, but...
Once again, when you're saying that, though, you have to first off think that you're playing with rational players. And
Right.
most people that we're playing with, that. They're not looking at pot odds and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, but...
this is just a little too much. I'm not getting the right odds. They're not really thinking that.
Right,
Most of them.
Yeah, but if the turn, if you put the guy on a flush draw, obviously he's got 9 outs on the turn, so he's going to get there with that one card a little, pretty much 20% of the time, 1 out of 5.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime you make it so that the pot is giving him less than 5 to 1, if he makes the call, you're going to win money in the long run. So it doesn't matter if he's thinking rationally or not. So that's why you price it
good
out.
point.
Yeah.
Not pricing him out of the pot, just pricing
Pricing him off
just
his
getting
odds.
the right.
Yeah. 3-way action here. Pot's limped around. Ace, Jack, 10. Couple of diamonds.
I have so much chips.
Paige has got a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw, and she bets. And Mike is called with the 3-6 of diamonds. Is he setting up a bluff? He's called with the 3-6 of diamonds. Maybe he's setting a bluff up.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt here.
Ooh,
That's what he's
well, the
doing.
turn's an ace, and Paige is going to bet again. But Paige doesn't have enough money to get her off the hand, though.
He only
That's
has
the
6
thing.
high. But if he did have something, yeah, you're right.
I mean, if you're going to set up a bluff, you got to look at the person's stack. Paige is committed at this spot.
Wasn't gonna happen.
You need a couple more.
I mean, even if he pushes all in here,
I'll buy one.
she's got a gut shot and a diamond draw. She's already committed most of her stack in the hand.
What did you have? Brandy? Cognac? Little past blue ribbon?
She knows.
You have sweat small liquor
That's not the same girl. The same no, she's not the same girl.
Can we get a cognac or brandy?
Yeah, Coasi.
Yeah, whatever.
Double.
Double Crown Royal, please. And it's on money bag. Double Crown Royal.
And he's paying.
I'll pay.
My friend. I get next. I call. On the blind.
You already in
Sir, please don't touch my face.
the 15.
$15 raise here by Bobby with pocket 8s.
That was $55 back there.
Thank you.
He's a touchy. He's also a shyster.
And Mike has limped in with 4-7 offsuit. And let's see if he makes the call.
Need him? Yeah, I'll check.
No, 10.
Oh, sorry. Okay, now I check.
Yep, here we go. So 7-4 against pocket 8s. Bobby flops a set of 8s. But Mike has a draw to the 10, so he might stick in here. And Bobby's going to bet the 8s. He's got his bottom set.
Yeah.
And I bet you Mike's not thinking that if the 10 comes, the queen's going to beat him. So,
Oh, no, he
there
does
you go.
make
He
it.
folds.
Well, that's a great
He'll
point you
call.
made.
He'll call with
Yeah.
6 high, but he folds
Yeah.
with straight draw. That's
That's a great point you make. I mean, if you catch a 10 there, it's a. Not only would it be a hand that you wouldn't make money off of someone that maybe even had flopped a monster like a set, because it's obviously it's an obvious straight, but you could also be beaten by a queen.
Right.
So there's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't chase that draw with a lone
How
7.
much are shots you get? Your 10 bucks? 325?
So we're going to take a look at our first chip count of the night. Bobby's got about 800. Magic's got 800. He put that bad beat on David, who looked like he started the night off at about 450 or 500, and he's down. And Paige pulling up the rear with 150. Now, we're going to have to watch that figure in by Mike. It says 300 now. We'll see how that fluctuates throughout the night.
Bye, please.
Yeah, probably since we had that, I would imagine he's down. Looks like he only has 2 stacks there, so it looks like he's at about 200.
King 10-4, it was limped around. And Mike bets here, again, with absolutely nothing. He's bluffing with nothing.
40 total.
And Bobby puts a raise in with top pair in seat 1. And he's going to take it down.
I think Mike has the case of he thinks he has to win every pot.
I don't
Kinda
know,
what it
but,
looks
I mean,
like,
there's
yeah.
a big difference between bluffing in position to take down the pot and bluffing out of position, and also bluffing with some outs.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, if he gets called,
Huge
there's no way his
difference
hand can improve on that board. He has absolutely
With that
nothing.
many players in, you don't really necessarily want to bluff with the king out
No.
there unless you were the pre-flop raiser. I mean, I don't.
Hey,
Yeah.
don't look
Anyways.
at his face. He's like 50 years old.
I mean, those are the kind of cards that people play.
49, sir.
This guy.
Don't tell my secret, please.
This guy. He looks 17.
I am 17. 16 and a half.
Did you check his ID before he came to the table?
Now Mike has a decent hand. He has
I mean,
ace
he's
jack
drinking,
here.
gambling.
Yeah, ace
What
jack
else
off
does he
suit.
wanna do?
He's in the big blind.
It's gonna looks like get folded to him.
Yeah, they're
Yep.
going
Belly
to chop it
dancers
Chop
up.
it
are
up.
coming. Can you watch him?
Decent hand, nobody plays. I get a 6-7 off suit, everyone plays.
Who's on you?
Not one player, it's 10 players. Right, nine? What? What'd you have?
So seat 9 is now in the big blind. Paul. And then I'm going to make a gross generalization about women poker players after the hand is done.
Oh boy, can't wait to hear this one. No, honestly, you know, I make those myself.
Yeah. Well, I think you're going to agree with me on this one because just Paige is reminding me of my general perspective of women players that I have not seen play before. There's a raise here. Looks like on the button. Alex with a suited connector. And Bobby is going to call with Queen Jack. And Magic calls with a suited ace. Ace 3 of hearts.
25 total.
For less.
Did you look?
4 players.
And here we go. 4-way action. Ace deuce 10. Couple of spades. Mike is in there with a weak ace. And he flopped the best hand. And Magic is in kicker trouble.
And there comes 10 deuce.
75.
And Alex is going to bet here 75. And for a sane person, it might be a difficult call with ace 7 here in the small blind. But Mike is going to instantly call. And now Magic, I think it's really time for him to get rid of the hand.
Yes.
Although, if Mike's calling in between, you know, he could be calling with the 10 here. But he's gonna muck it. He's going to muck it. And it's a good lay down. And Alex, I think he knows he's in big trouble. Well, it's again, you got to figure Mike's got something. Oh, Magic has not mucked it yet. He's still in there. Looked like he was going to throw it away.
Yeah, it did.
He's still thinking about it. Very
He's
difficult.
he's been a pretty solid player, and you know, if he's going to play this hand, which I play this hand, you're not looking to hit an ace. You're looking to hit, you know, maybe an ace with a flush draw, with a straight draw, and he doesn't have that. So I mean,
Well, now
has
he
to
gets
hit,
the information that he's got a better and a caller in the middle. So how can you overcall here?
Right.
It's a $75 bet too.
I called him, you know I
and
got
maybe your ace is good, but in this case, you know, you might call if you think your ace is good, but I don't see how he could think his ace is good here.
Okay, then call. Put your money in, maybe.
He's still thinking about it.
Time, please.
I think it's just messing around.
I do. Homie don't play that, right? Only play that damn plastic.
Well, I think what is confusing about this hand is that you might think that Alex doesn't have an ace. That's definitely possible. He's the original raiser.
And Mike
then
could have anything.
Mike could have anything. He could call with the spade draw. He could call with the 10.
He could call with a deuce.
So that's what I think Magic is. But I just think you pick your spots better. Now, I don't know why he's showing the card when there's two people in the hand. Oh, I saw the card. So he turned it up.
Maybe the one side of the table could see it, but yeah,
So again, it was right heads
you
up.
don't do that.
Yeah. And look at this. Alex has picked up a draw now. And he continues to bet. And Mike calls. So Alex is going to have to catch a jack or a 6 here. And the river's an ace. And Mike's going to take it down there.
We would split. We would chop. Ace 3 of hearts.
Really?
Yes. I told you. You would have chopped.
And good for the game. Mike's going to build a little chip stack up there. I mean, we're talking
Either have to
about...
go all in or
That's about almost a $450 pot right there. I'm surprised that Alex didn't take a card there on the turn.
And you're like, and
I mean, Mike
Well-
had already committed half of his chips. So
Right.
unless he was on a spade draw, don't you think that he's going to call for the rest of them?
Yeah, but that's. Well, you also have to consider where Alex was there. He had $100 left. There was about $300, 200 and something in the pot.
Uh-huh.
If he checked there and Mike had bet, he might have called. So if he figured that if he was going to call it, he might as well push it.
Well,
On the bluff?
he was in position on the turn. He was in position. The 7-8 was in position. It got checked to him, and then he bet again.
Mike didn't have position on him?
No, Mike was in early
Oh.
position. That's
Yeah.
why I was, that's
Yeah,
why I was
yeah,
confused. Yeah,
I agree with you.
yeah.
I thought he was in first position,
No.
and Mike had position on him.
No, he had position on Mike.
Yeah, definitely I would have taken the free card then.
5-way action here. I think it was limped around. David chose not to raise with pocket jacks. Deuce 4 queen, and he's going to throw a little feeler bet out there for 20. And doesn't appear that anyone could call here, unless Bobby gets a little stubborn with pocket 6s over in seat 1. But the action's on Mike in seat 8. I don't think he knows the action's on
He's
him.
ordering
What did
cocktails.
she bring you?
Crown, but I didn't know she was
That 20.
Yeah, fold. Let's see if Bobby gets... No, he's not going to get stubborn. And David's going to take it down. Anyways, the gross overgeneralization I was going to say about women poker players. And we have had a lot of theme shows on the show before.
Uh-huh.
And we've seen a lot of beginning female poker players, like on our model shows and stuff.
Right.
They seem to be overly weak tight. They're the tightest players on the table.
Very
and they're
passive.
extremely passive.
Very passive.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when we had a bombshell night, like $100 no limit a couple months ago. Those girls were the tightest girls I've ever seen at the table.
Yeah.
You know, and extremely passive. Extremely passive. And I don't necessarily know why that is. And again, you're more apt to see a guy call with inferior hands and be way too loose. But at the same token, it's not great to be overly tight and way too passive, too. It's the same thing, you know? So,
We have some big hands here. We have 9s, jacks, and ace queen, ace
Yep.
10, pocket 5s.
Alex brings it in here, it looks like, for 60 with pocket jacks in seat 7. And Paul's got the ace-queen of spades on the button. Let's see if he pushes his remaining chips. Because he only had maybe... Oh, he's going to count him out. He only has probably 120. He's got maybe 150. What is he going to
He
do
has
here?
an additional 80, so he has 142
140.
total.
And I think, obviously, this is a muck or a push all
right.
in, and he chooses to muck. Okay. And action's over to David now with pocket 9s. And he's got the same predicament here. He's got probably 150 there. The raise is to 60, so again, it's probably a push or a fold.
He only has $5 in the pot.
Yeah. Again, when we talk about this type of hand, it's a range of hands. Do you want to gamble up your stack when at best you're probably going to be a slight favorite? And I'm talking 50% of the time you're going to be 50-50. And maybe the other 50% of the time you're going to be a huge dog. Now with pocket 9s, maybe you think the guy might have 8s or 7s, but usually not though. I think the chances of him having an overpair are greater than him having an underpair.
Yeah, well, even if you do think that, and you only have $5, invested in the pot,
Yeah, and he folds.
he does fold good.
Yeah, or Page folds.
Begging for action.
I do notice that women make a lot of questionable calls, though. They'll call with overcards, and they'll call with, in the tournaments that I've played in, the ladies' tournaments. I bet my top pair, and they have 2 overcards, and they call. They have ace high, they'll call.
I want a guy that doesn't make mistakes. He does all the right things.
So, again, passive that they're calling, they're not betting their hand, but it is harder to get them off the hands if they have some kind of draw or they think they have outs.
You married one.
Oh, I was like, I heard twice.
Not all of them, of course.
Wait, I'm calling. Nobody raised.
I raised 25.
Mike is going to raise here. 25, 8-9 offsuit. Bobby's going to call with Queen Jack, which is really not one of my favorite hands, even in position.
Well, I would call them that spot in position over Mike, the
I have
razor.
fucking nines.
See, I thought you would.
No, that's it.
Well, against Mike, you think your hand is good.
Right.
Probably in that spot.
You have
Right.
fucking nines, really? Yeah, I have fucking nines. I have fucking nines.
And Majid calls, and John calls as well.
I mean, unless he was lying.
5 players.
So we got about a $100 pot here going in the flop. 9-8-6. Look, Mike's flop, top 2 pair. Let's see if he slow plays it.
150.
But look at Majid over bet. He's bet 150 with ace 9, and again, that's trouble. It's trouble.
Don't call.
Sorry, I have to.
And Mike is gonna looks like he's gonna smooth call here. And if you've watched Majid, you got to put him on top pair. Now the problem is that 9-8 isn't necessarily not good enough to slow play, but there's an obvious action killer that can come: a spade, an ace, a king. It's going to kill all the action.
Right, a 7.
Now that doesn't kill the action. It's a deuce of diamonds, and it goes check.
Magic checked in the dark.
And Mike checked behind him,
Nice and 8.
and he checks again on the river. I mean, he called the 150 on the flop. The turn came deuce of diamonds. He didn't bet. And the river came deuce of spades, and he didn't bet. Wow.
What am I going to do? I got to call you.
Maybe he thought that Majid had a monster.
On the river, okay.
Right, but
when
on the
when the
turn?
flush gets there, but on the turn, especially when Magic checked in the dark there.
Yeah.
You better buy the drink. Mike, you better buy the drink. Hey, Mike, you're paid. Mike, you're buying the drink.
And the reason why I said is let's see if he slows plays this, Shirley, is that we've been doing the show long enough to
Anybody else
see
go all in.
the trends of a type of player like Mike, who seems to be a beginner, seems to come in with some questionable holdings. The trend with that type of player is they have slow play-itis as well. They refuse to put a lot of money into the pot when they have good hands, which kind of goes against what they could use in their favor, where people are going to be tending to call them because they don't believe them, because they've seen them show down a lot of garbage cards. Why not put in money when you have good cards, too?
Yeah.
And again, I don't know if he was smooth calling on the flop because he thought he was in trouble, or if he was trying to slow play. It didn't make sense because he checked the turn,
Right.
you know, and he checked the river.
Well, if
So
he thought he was in trouble, why would he call?
I
mean, you would
I don't
think he
know. It
was
didn't
calling
make-
because he
didn't
thought he
make
had the
any
best
sense.
hand. Yeah.
yeah.
All in.
Rahman raised here pre-flop with pocket nines, and Majid called queen ten of
Make him
spades.
pay.
114. All in.
And Rahman's going to move all in here with pocket nines.
Ooh.
Wow, queen ten's going to call. Well,
Better pay.
he's got a
Okay.
gut shot. Maybe he thinks his queen is good. Both, and he actually his
His
queen,
10 and
his
queen are
10
good.
Okay, all in.
is
A
good. Now,
9, 10, or queen.
the thing is that 2 of the 9s are dead.
Now an ace.
Now the turn's a king. He's picked up an open-ended straight
Ace.
draw. The river's a deuce, and pocket nines is going to survive.
He probably hates his hand, but it's good. 9s.
Nines.
I had all kinds of draws.
He had one draw. His card.
Or 8. Or 3 or 10.
Yeah, open it. Thank you, sir.
After the turn, yeah.
Again, and I don't know if this guy's joking on 2+2, but someone's posted a score. Thank you very much. I hope it's a joke. And Isaac says it sounds good to you, but Isaac, I'm not going to give you any hints. But according to what the guy posts, maybe not good for you. Let me tell you.
Big blind.
But that's not cool if that's true. I didn't ask them, but I knew they would do that.
I know.
Drinking your ski?
Well, actually, Kev Math He's posted here, how about throwing in some spoiler space and making up a better score? So that makes me feel better that that's not the real score.
15.
Mike has raised to 50 with 15. Okay, he's got 6-7 off suit. And a bunch of callers here. 5-way action. Ace 10-6. Couple of hearts. David's got the nut flush draw. Raman has top pair. Mike has a pair. Gets checked around. Ooh, the turn is an 8.
I'm like, what did that do? Well, it gave Majid a
gives people
straight
a couple
draw.
straight draw. Majid has a straight draw now. Actually, I thought that Mike had 2 pairs.
I thought it
got
gave him 2
excited.
pair for a second, too.
Yeah.
Okay, my friend. I was going to say, if you win, you pay the next 5
So
minutes.
Mike leads.
Go ahead. Come over
Remember, he
the top,
got
baby.
checked around on the flop. And look at this. David's going to move all in here with the flush.
How much? God, I like my hand.
And that's, that might get Raman out of the hand now, but Mike may call. David might win.
102.
David's move might actually get Mike to win the hand if he calls and the heart doesn't get there. Let's see what Mike does. Maybe not.
How much?
102.
It's 102. And look at this, he calls. He calls. And David just has a flush draw, but his king is
There it
good.
is.
And there's the flush on the river. It's an 8.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And
I would have had 3 8s.
again, I just had a feeling that he was going to knock the best hand out of there. But he made the flush on the river, and he picks up a nice little pot, which is not necessarily good for this game because we want the chips over to Mike because he's lively, a live player. Seems like a fun guy.
Well, I'm sure David's happy the chips are going
Because look at
here.
him. He looks like he's got 600 or 700 now in front of him.
I should have realized who I was playing against. Most people throw that away without even thinking about it. Yeah, I know.
I had him beat, man.
I had 3 8s.
Big time.
You had
He didn't
kings
have
as well.
very many outs.
As out.
What would he get? Huh?
Kings and flush.
Light straddle. Light straddle.
And by the way, when I was saying that the bombshell girls were the tightest girls we've ever seen, I was referring to poker.
Uh-huh.
Someone.
Yeah. Whenever you think you're ready.
What are you guys doing?
It's the military.
I'll say it on my ticket.
If you can with me, you can have them.
You can't rob them at the table. You can rob them outside.
Stop talking. I got a friend in the car.
Straddle, straddle.
There's a straddle there by seat 7. So straddle, of course, is
I still want to have his ID check.
it's like a big blind. It's a forced blind, and now it's 10 to call double the big blind. He has the option, and he has deuce 7 of spades in the straddle spot. Mike calling with 10-3 under the gun in straddle pot, limping in.
Now they're going to show that camera, throw you out of the casino.
And Bobby has bet here. He's bet 75 with nothing, and he's going to take it down.
That's a big bet, too.
Yeah, give him 20.
But again, there's there's $40 in there, so in the pot, straddle pot.
You're nothing but a troublemaker, Mike.
You can accomplish the same thing with a $40 bet. So we talk about, you mentioned straddle a lot. How come it's called a forced bet when it's an optional? It's an option.
Right, but it's a forced blind. If someone chooses to do it, it becomes another blind.
It forces the other players to play that blind. Is that what you mean?
No, what I mean by it is forget the word forced. It's another blind. It's double
Right,
a
it's a
blind.
third blind, yeah.
It's a third blind. If that makes things clearer for people out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand what it is. I was just wondering how come it's called a forced blind when it's really not. It's an optional. The person doesn't have to straddle. It's an option for the straddler, but it's forced for everybody else because now they have to call 10 if they want to stand. Is that why you call it forced blind? Or am I just totally confusing you?
King 7-6 here on the flop. No, I'll get to it here. Mike had raised
It's King
with
8, yeah.
pocket queens. Yeah, King 7-8.
9-8 again?
It doesn't look like anyone can call here. Jack 6 and Ace 9 of spades in the hand.
When you get what?
I guess what I'm trying to say when I meant forced blind is it's like a blind is a forced bet. So what I was
Right.
trying to say was it's another forced bet. maybe not a forced blind, but it's like a second blind or another forced bet, double size the big blind. If I'm confusing people, I apologize. But it's definitely, no, you're right, it's not a, I guess you could say it's not a forced blind. People aren't forced into posting a blind, but when you do it, it is another forced bet.
Right.
And it is double the size of
He read you as
the big blind
I
to
don't know if
call.
that's the case. He was talking about having 2 outs over there. I don't know if he read you.
I had a pair with a straight draw. I didn't think he had
He was
much.
gambling. I don't
Yes,
think
sir.
it was a read.
It was the right gamble until he hit this beautiful card.
no, he lost it.
No, I
Hearts
lost
in the
it.
hole.
King high. I had the nut heart drop. King high.
I
The
lost
ace was on the
it.
board.
Lost the hand, lost the hand.
I lost big
Has some
bucks.
over here too.
Well, if you play, you can win some. Just play.
Limp over there in seat 1.
I don't care.
And a couple. And Mike has raised out of the big blind a 25 total with 4-9 offsuit. Bobby calls with King Jack. Imagine's in there with Ace Rag offsuit. Let's see if he calls. He is going to call.
He called the ace rag suited, which is a whole hell of a lot different than ace deuce unsuited.
Yeah.
He does make the call.
Paula's out of the hand. So the flop comes 4-8-5. Mike has flopped the best hand with a 4.
Bottom pair, but he thinks bottom pair is good.
Oh, he's
In this
first
case,
to
it is
act,
good.
And he bets. And he's gambling it up for sure. He's bet 51. $51.
You have any of that?
And Imagine's got a wheel draw.
He's asking if he has any of that.
Hey, put your cards in the window. Yeah, come on the internet. So everyone can see how crappy they are, and you can muck them. Hey, would I lie to you? I'll show you. What?
Well, if he does show, surely people are going to get a lot of
You have any
information.
spades?
I don't know. He has 3 spades. I only know the digits.
How many questions do you get?
20.
Your cards between.
Now, if Magic calls here, he's actually drawing pretty slim. He would need to spike an ace at 3.
Hey, it's just me and you, right?
Did you hear
I've been
Mike?
wanting to know when the belly dancers
Magic
are
asked him
coming.
if he had a flush draw, and Mike said, I don't know, I only know the digits. Well, if you know the digits, if you know you have a 4 and the 4 of spades is up there, that would mean you don't have a flush draw.
And he's showing the
He's
4-9.
showing the 4-9.
So that, I mean, that's going to get a lot of people some information. Again, it's sometimes difficult for us to know what exactly is shown down because we only have a couple camera angles, and you never know.
How many hands the players are seeing.
Yeah, how many hands the other. But obviously, he's shown that hand. That he's raised out of the big blind with 4-9 offsuit.
And he's bet bottom pair.
Well, obviously he bet bottom pair, but I think people are noticing that he's in every single hand now, and he is going to be the livest player at the table.
He's enjoying himself, though.
Oh yeah. Look at that. Was that a salad in seat 5? Imagine.
If we had Denny in here, he'd be able to tell us.
Yeah, because I thought it was a pizza at first, but then because it was really colorful.
Pocket queen.
A lot of tomatoes in
Oh,
there.
I shouldn't say
Magic raises with the suited connector.
I should never
535, and Mike's got ace rack suited. He's going to call.
I have to go all
You
in.
and me. We're friends, yeah?
Yes, please.
Yeah?
Yes. Next time. When
And
it's
he
just the
showed
2 of
people
us.
on his side.
I have talking
Just the
Jack.
2 of us.
Here we go. 5-6 of hearts against ace 5. Mike's in pretty good spot here. What a flop
Wow.
for 5-6 of hearts.
If you have a real
8-7-3,
good
a
hand,
couple
let's
of
go all in.
hearts. Magic's got an open-ended straight flush draw,
If you have a real
and he's
good
going to move all in.
I mean, come on. If it's a real good hand, let's go all in.
Wow, straight flush draw. Oh, we did.
And he's going to take it down.
Yeah,
I
let's
wonder
see
if we'll
it.
see
This
those
time it's
rabbit-
fun to see.
rabbit
Come
cards.
on.
No, you guys cannot do that.
Put it on the window, though.
Oh, yeah!
Okay.
Flush.
Straight flush.
It looks like a black king and a black 4.
The rabbit
So it did give Magic the straight.
To go here so you can
I actually grabbed
Now you
So I want to tell you about my experience this weekend up in Northern California, the No Limit games up there. Their rules are so different than our rules here, and it's really hard to get it used to. The first thing before I went there, my brother-in-law is a lead floor manager at one of the casinos up there.
I'm
He
ready.
It's like
said-
San Jose, you mean?
Up, yeah, Sacramento, like up there.
You bet over 10.
He said that all Northern California card rooms have a double the bet in No Limit rather than double the raise. So if some person makes it 10, the next person makes it 20, the next person must make it 40.
Oh, okay.
They not,
Totally.
yeah, they don't. They have to, not.
You're not.
It's not double the raise. Where in here you can make it 30, up there that you have to make it 40. So I wasn't too thrilled with that. And then
Magic's got pocket nines.
yeah,
and
he
takes
picks
it
it
down.
up, picks it up. They, while I'm waiting for my table, I open a Bluff magazine and I'm looking at it. And when I go to sit down, I haven't even played a hand yet. They tell me I can't have a magazine at the table. I can't be looking at a magazine at the table.
Why?
They want me to pay attention when I'm playing, but I hadn't even gotten it in.
What do you work for the casino?
No, that's what was their rule.
That's weird. That's odd.
Yeah. They at this particular casino they would pull the blinds in right away. And put them for the drop. They wouldn't drop them, but they'd put them for the drop. So if everyone someone makes it 10 and it goes back around them, they would tell the small blind, okay, you owe 8. But they didn't have the 2 out there in front. So one person would have 8 in front of them, one person would have 6 in front of them, and all the other people would have 10 in front of them. It's really, really strange.
Well, of course, that's up in the boondocks
Yeah.
of Northern California.
I'm just thankful I don't play up there all the time. I was ready to
The
pull my
Oakland
hair
area.
I wasn't gonna
David
raise
raised here with ace queen, I believe.
until you said
Excuse
that
me,
I wasn't
Mike
gonna
raised
do
with
that.
3-5, and David's going to re-raise, or Magic's going to re-raise with ace king.
And David lays down ace queen without even
Yep.
thinking twice.
And Mike calls with the 5-3, so ace king against 3-5. We know one of the aces is dead.
And you got
look at
bottom
this.
pair.
Mike catches bottom pair, and Magic moves all in. He moves all in. He's got a gut shot and overcards. And Mike's asking him, how much is it?
I think it's about 300.
300.
Promise you.
Actually, I think he might have him covered. And Mike's thinking about calling here.
390.
Okay, almost 400.
Yeah. And the thing is that Magid...
I've got so many.
Oh, no, he's going to muck it. Say, if we didn't know that one of the aces was dead, Magid would be a favorite, probably a slight favorite with 2 cards to come. Well, close to 50-50. And if we know that one of the aces is dead, 5-3 would actually be a slight favorite there.
Million out. Queen, king, ace.
Show us the, are they going to show us?
You're already made. I'll let you.
Ace on the turn
Ace
there.
on
Buy
the
my
turn.
next
So he would
I'll
have
let you buy my next
No,
drink.
you're buying the next one. I just paid for 3 out of 4.
All right.
And actually, I think that maybe 5-3 might have been a slight favorite there anyway, Shirley.
But you're not drinking. That's the problem.
So it would have been close. It would have been close. 10 outs with 2 cards to come. Of course, there were redraw outs that would counterfeit Mike's hand as well, with bottom pair there.
Ace king.
You go home crying if I call.
Actually, I do cry.
I know. You cry big time.
How did you know?
Limp.
I really thought I had you beat. I didn't know it. But I thought I had
And seat one's going to raise it up from the button.
$50.
He makes it 50 to go. He's got pocket 8s.
How many
that
players?
fucking ace.
Right now, 7.
This is what Barry Greenstein was talking about sometimes when he likes to make consistent raise amounts, because if you follow betting patterns, you can almost smell that this type of bet is usually 7s,
pair.
8s, or 9s.
Right.
All right, you got me that.
You know what I mean? Something like that. And remember, we saw earlier in the show
Hey, we're on camera. You can't say that.
when seat 3 smooth called Magid's $50 raise with aces, because you think the guy's got 10s, 9s, or jacks. And that's exactly what he had.
3 things you bring to the poker table. A lot of money, talent, and what you just mentioned.
Testicular fortitude.
But look at Mike. He's going to make the call with 4-5 offsuit. 4-5 offsuit.
I respect anybody that raises 53.
Now here we go. 4-5 offsuit against pocket 8s.
I just said it was my favorite hand. I didn't say it was my
Ace
favorite
king
club.
7.
$100.
Well, let's see. This is
Throws in $100, that is it.
Yeah. And again, Mike shows the 4-5 offsuit that he called with. So
Let me see what I have.
Bobby shows pocket 8s.
You hear me? That's a lot better than 4 or 5. Tough.
Did you find the games were a little softer up there? How is the play compared to down here in Southern California?
I think about equal. You had a couple people
Were
that
you
played
playing a
okay.
restricted bind game?
Yeah, that was another thing. Their restricted buy-in is a lot different than unrestricted. You can only buy in for a total of $100 at all times, or bring it up to $100. So
What are the blind sizes?
as soon as it's
1-2.
no,
2-3?
it's 2-4.
Ooh. So you get 25 times the big blind?
2-4 for a $100 buy-in, and they drop 4 and 1. Whereas here it's $2, $3, and they
That's
drop 3 and 1.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
How can you beat that game with 4 and 1
I know.
drop on that?
So
That's
as soon as I had lost my first, not lost my first buy-in, but I had gone down to $49, and I wanted to rebuy for another 100 because they said I could buy in for, when I got in 50 or less. They would only let me. I had to buy in for $51, no more, no less. I could bring it up to 100. That was it.
15.
So I never really felt like I had a chance. When I got down there, here you can buy for another 100. So now you have 150, and that makes a difference in No Limit. It does to my style of play, anyways.
Mike led out here with bottom pair for 15. Paul Smooth called with ace 9, and Bobby called with king 10. David's going to muck the weak king. It's a good muck there in early position.
25.
And Mike looks like he bets blind here on the turn. It's the 4 of spades. And Paul calls again, and Bobby overcalls. Bobby's in good shape here. And the river is an 8, and look at that. Mike picks up 2 pair on the river. Wow.
Mike he trips. Trips, Bart.
Oh, trips, excuse me. Trips. 3 8s. And he's going to bet 50 here? Now, the problem with Paul here is that you've got a caller behind you, unless you think that the guy was on Jack 10 or some sort of straight draw. Can you beat Bobby's hand? Now, Paul's made 2 calls. I don't know if you can make this call in the middle for such a big bet on the river because you have Bobby behind you. Bobby does have Paul beat, but Mike is sucked out here on the end.
What is
and that's exactly what Paul says. Paul says, what is he calling with? And he's going to muck, and now Bobby calls the top pair, and Mike's going to turn over 3 8. Yeah. And Paul asked Bobby, do you have a king? And he says yes, and he shows it. So a lot of people showing a lot of cards.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably going to be a big gang up on Mike.
Seat 9. Yeah.
What's your kicker?
I'll tell you what, each one is secretly hoping that Mike is winning from everybody else.
Absolutely.
He's going to give them to them.
Absolutely.
I thought you had something big.
No, you shouldn't have. You should not have raised it.
Actually, I was only playing him. I wasn't even thinking.
Hey, you can buy the next drink, Mike. You can buy the next drink. You can afford it. Now. You can afford it.
After you screwed me over on that all-in bet where I would have.
Pardon your French.
No, I wouldn't go with the risk.
It doesn't say that any.
Oh, John there. We haven't seen much play from him. He's got ace queen, and he's limped in. Looks like he's under the gun, I believe. Yeah, he is. And Paige has pocket 8s out of the big blind.
Cash money, U.S. currency. Abraham Lincoln, right there.
David's going to limp in. Oh, no, he's going to raise it.
15.
Makes it 15 on the button. A little popular. He's got Jack 10 of clubs.
Yeah, I like doing that with the suited connectors. Just
And
build the pot in position.
Excuse me, Rahman has the pocket 8s, Paige has the ace queen, and John limped in with pocket 3s. That was
That makes sense.
one window off.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Go all in.
So here we go. And Mike's in there with king 5. All hearts on the flop. Deuce 10-7. Paige has got the queen of hearts. David has top pair.
I like that.
But Mike leads out with absolutely nothing.
Raise to 80.
And David's going to raise it up
And he
here
feels
with top
comfortable
pair.
making a raise.
And he's not kidding you.
Let's see what Paige does. No, Paige is going to muck the third nut draw with overcards.
I'll tell you what, if I have a heart, I'll call you. It's got to be a picture.
Yeah, look, Jen.
Sorry.
And again, like I said, we haven't seen Mike really flop a monster hand except for that 8-9. If he's going to play like this, why wouldn't you bet your big hands? Which is why a lot of people are fans of some of the crazy guys on Friday nights like Jesus and Patrick, because they bet their good hands just as well as they bet their garbage hands, because then they're going to get paid off. But you see people who are kind of weak players or inexperienced, he might shut down and slow play a big hand. Why? You would never want to do that if he's playing the way that he's playing now.
That's true.
You'd always want to bet your big hand, I would think.
Yeah.
Always.
Gentlemanly type people. Thank you. I appreciate the
I still want to see his
They
ID.
bring 357.
Flight attendant, and when I do the LA Oakland route on Sundays, Friday.
They're all
Frightening.
convicted sex
Are they already in
They're all in gear.
They are? I got the spike pads and
Terrifying.
silver my pain. And
Oh yeah, they have like the spikes coming out.
7 players.
7-way action.
Who's in trouble?
Damn, I think I have an 8.
Oh.
think you do too.
I really do.
Wow, the flop comes ace, jack, ace. Two people have aces. And Mike is going to bet again with absolutely nothing.
I know
He's
he
got
doesn't
king
have
eight.
one since you have one. And
Alex has a jack in seat 7. But Bobby and Majid both have aces. Now, Majid hasn't slow played anything. He's played pretty hard. So let's see if he raises. Remember, Mike is called.
He's just calling.
Nope, Mike bet, and there was a call in between.
You beat an ace, I would call.
So two people have aces
I need
here.
a deuce.
Alex, he's going to muck the
I
jack.
need a deuce.
And I think maybe the reason why they're not raising is because they still want Mike in the hand.
Yeah.
You call? I told you
I need a deuce. You see?
Oh, the turn is a deuce, and both players fill up.
check.
Mike's going to check.
30.
Bobby bets 30 here. And let's see if Majid just smooth. He's going to smooth call. Now, Mike is obviously going to muck.
I had an 8.
And both players have the same hand. The river's a 5.
50. All in.
Bobby bets 50.
Oh,
I need a deuce, I told you.
Seat 2 goes all in, and Majid quickly calls, and they're going to chop it up.
hey, that jackpot.
I said I need a deuce. So did I. Look, I need a deuce too. Oh, where are you?
They're happy to chop.
Where were you when that? We need to deport that. I'm waiting for him, man.
I wanted it.
Oh, both players
You're
instantly
right.
call.
We're waiting for him.
Yep.
I'm like, I called, man. I got a full house. She's my lucky charm over there.
Hey, how's it feel to chop with a full boat? Ace is over.
That sucks. I'm
went
like,
all in?
all in, I
He
called.
called you, go, yes.
Full house, I know. I called. No, I thought you said you needed a deuce because you got pocket deuce. I was like, oh, man. Let him have it. I'll give you a deuce, let him have it. That was hilarious. I was like, man, I got ace deuce. Deuce on the third. He's calling for a deuce, let him have it. I snowed. You went all in? No, I didn't. You bet I called 30. I bet 50 and you went all in. No.
So here we go. The pot is limped around here once again.
You want to bet into us, huh? Go ahead.
Seat 4 bets 20 here with king 10. And Mike calls with deuce 9 offsuit. The turn is a 4. And Robin's going to
Mike's
fire here
lost
again.
his mind.
He's
Cut
bet.
him off.
And Mike has mocked. Yeah, at this point, surely this is crazy.
I called it a second. Yeah.
16, 14.
Didn't even think of the jack. He had ace jack.
I mean, obviously the guy's just here to have a good time. He's got 400 in front of him. And he's just here to gamble it out.
He's like, how's that mouth work?
I like those kind of people.
Like, wow, your bookie got you. You pulled one over real good on you.
Well, proper poker can sometimes be very boring.
In that case, I would have laid off a bit. 46, I like the old, not a
I'm seeing on 2+2 that Shaniak is still in the WC OOP event.
Are you familiar with Shaniak?
Yeah, I know him. I didn't realize that he was a 2+2. I
Yeah.
don't think. I mean, I know him from playing on Stars, and then in the big events, the World Series. I met him at Lake Tahoe, and then he was here for the Legends.
Look at the, and this is exactly what's happened here. Mike limped in with aces in the small blind, and Paul raised, and now he's going to call. Well, Mike is actually re-raised to 30 more, and Paul's going to call. But I don't know why Mike wouldn't re-raise out of the small blind with aces. He limped originally, and Paul raised, and Paul's in big trouble. At least Mike re-raised him.
I didn't even think of the ace jack.
King 8-10 on the flop. Mike is first to act.
I got a full house.
And I thought somebody said all in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, if I had ace jack, I just checked. I checked. You know, let you guys bet. No, when you bet 30, I wanted to make you call. I know. He folded. I bet cheap, $30.
They're
Now,
talking.
Mike is checked here. He's checked with the overpair. And Paul, he might fall into a trap here. And Paul went all in here, and he's drawing virtually dead.
He's drawing a runner straight.
A runner straight or running turn pair, and that's gonna do it. And Mike set a trap there, and he got paid off. Paul He chose to not play that hand patiently, and he had
That's
3-7
yeah.
offsuit.
I'm really
Right.
surprised at the whole thing. I mean,
But again, what I was saying, Shirley, was, and I don't mean to cut you off, is I don't really like the way that Mike played the hand. Why wouldn't you raise out of the small... When you're raising out of the blind with 4-9 offsuit, why wouldn't you raise with pocket aces? There were 3 people in the pot in the field, and he limped in the small blind with aces. Just happened to be, for some reason, Paul chose that hand with 3-7 offsuit to make a move, and he got killed.
Right.
But that's not going to happen every time. You know, the forces of nature worked with Mike in that case. But
I'm the player in seat 9, Paul. I don't like the way he played the hand even more because raising out of the blind to try to pick up with nothing, that's bluffing. That's fine. But when Mike calls you,
actually, Mike re-raised here. Re-raised it.
yeah,
Yeah.
you want to go against Mike. Absolutely true. You want to
Right.
go against Mike. All you need is a pair against Mike,
Right.
and you'll get all his chips. You know, you don't go in there with 9-3.
Yeah.
You don't try to bluff off your chips against Mike. You just wait for a pair and
Yeah.
get your chips in there, and you're good to go.
If I have 2 spades, I call.
Seat 1 is bet 25 here. The board is 9-8 deuce, couple of spades, and we've got 2 people on flush draws, but Paige has the higher one, and Bobby has the betting lead. And the turn is a 5. And Bobby has moved. Did Bobby move all in here? He's moved all in with the semi-bluff. And Paige has a flush draw. She's picked up a wheel draw now as well. And her ace high is good. And she has about $100 left here.
He's buying next 5 drinks.
I said 2 drinks, damn it.
And I don't know. Well, she's got, if she thinks that her ace is good as an overcard, she's got supposedly 9 outs with the spade. She's got 4 outs to the 3. That's 12. And 3 more aces.
2 more with aces. 2. 'Cause- oh, wait.
Yeah, 3 more with aces.
3 more.
So it'd be 15 outs. The pot would be need to layer about 2 to 1, which it might be doing here.
Back to real poker action.
I'm 26%.
No, she's figured out the odds pretty much. That's what she said. She said she was about 26%.
She knows all the percentages.
And the reason why she did that was she took the number 13 as her outs and doubled it with 1 card to come, and that's what she said was her percent, and she's about
That's the only
right.
reason I might call you. I have no.
Short stack, do it.
And again, she would, if she was
you should do it.
26%, she would need 2 to 1 to call.
She doesn't seem like she's counting her
No, she was counting.
her aces
Oh, maybe she's
out.
not counting
She's
the
only
aces.
counting her
He's on a
her 9
spade.
spades and
He's on a
her
spade. If you want a spade, it's coming.
her 3
Laying
threes.
it down.
Ah. I told you.
And she shows it.
3 or spade. No.
You're right. If she had 16 outs, she would be 32%. Right. And the rabbit cam showed an 8.
They gotta stop doing that.
The rabbit cam
Put
showed
it
an
on the window for us.
That's why I bet all in. I know you want to bet.
8. So Bobby takes it down with some aggressive play right
So
there.
that gave me more outs.
That's why I went all in.
But you're right. She didn't figure
I
her
don't
ace
want
in.
this
If she
to
figured her
get
ace
out.
in, you know, she'd have 9 spades, 4 threes, and 3 aces. So 15 outs, excuse me. 15 outs if she thought her ace was clean.
No, she had 3 threes because you're already counting the 3 of spades.
You call, you might have did it.
3 more threes.
3 more threes. Okay, 14 outs.
You got 1 card left.
26%?
1 card
Okay,
left.
hold on.
1 card left.
What'd you have?
8-9.
Right.
Top 2.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You know,
Watch it on the archive.
when you said, I know, but when you said 8-9, I realized.
And again, when we talk about being 25%, we got into this discussion a couple weeks ago.
I didn't know if I believed
25% of the time you're going to win. That means that you are, in essence, a 2 to 1 dog, because the other guy is going to win 75% of the time. It's not 3 to 1. You don't need 3 to 1 odds call when you're 25%. You need 2 to 1.
You're only going to get there 1 out of 4 times, but it translates into 3 to 1.
I got some nasty cards. So because I wasn't going to raise, I was going to. You got to put your cards on the glass.
That's why I always got confused. If you got there, if you only was going to get there, if you were like 30% and you were going to get there 1 out of 3 times, I always just thought it was 3 to 1.
No, it's,
Even
yeah.
though I really know,
Right.
like in my head, you know, it's just when I say it, it just comes out wrong. But like, you know, that day when we were discussing it, I walked outside. It took me a whole, 2 minutes to realize.
Now Mike has bet here again with nothing. He's bet $50 with nothing here again. He likes to do this. But I don't think anyone can call. Well, unless John wants to call with bottom pair here. No, he's not. He's going to pick his spots a little better. Mike takes it down there with the bluff. And again, he shows it.
Did you win, Mike?
He shows the bluff, So I just want to go out and wring his neck and say, Mike, if you're playing like this, fine. But you better bet your good hands as well.
Right.
Because you're going to get paid off big time. I mean, if he were to flop a set or something like that, I would want him to really jam that thing right away. Right away.
Are you taking
Yeah, because my strategy, because if I was sitting on the table and he was showing me all this and I was, observing all this, like I said, I'd wait for a pair. And it wouldn't even need to be top pair to get all my chips in there. So if he had a set, he'd get all my chips.
Oh, he got him.
On you, boss.
Oh, that's K-Rod. Never mind. Nice. K-Rod. K-Rod. I'm watching the Angel game. Okay, get the program, babe. I love
And again, I think we confused ourselves, and I'm waiting for the delay to come in 2+2. 25% you would need 3-1. 33% you would need 2-1. It was somewhere in between. That's what I was trying to get at. So pot needed to layer about 2.5 to 1 on that hand.
Yeah, go all in. Why don't you share that conversation?
I don't think we messed it up this time.
I think I might have said 2-1 if she was 25%. It was actually 3-1.
I don't have to go all in or just throw it away.
Oh, okay, really? That's a good decision. All in or throw muck my hand. Nice.
And Mike has raised here with pocket
to buy all the drinks.
with 9-10 off suit. Alex calls with pocket threes, and John's in there with ace-8.
No hands today.
And here we go to the flop.
I need an 8.
10-6 queen. Mike has a pair. And again, he checks. Why would he check?
8. Oh, yeah.
And now the turn's
He'll
a
bet
king.
the bottom pair. He
I
won't
know.
bet second pair in position.
And then he checks again, and the turn's a king. And the river's a 9. Now he's made 2 pair.
Let's see if he can bet this, but there's a one, yeah.
It's a one-liner to a jack, and Alex is going to bet here. He's
But
going to
he'll
bet
call.
35.
You got a jack? You do have
Mike will call.
Don't call.
Okay, I'll call you.
Hey, he's going to call it. He's going to win it. But
You have a jack.
again, I don't know if he thought that hand was good enough to slow play. I just want. I mean, wouldn't he
You
bet
really
it?
thought he thought that was good enough to slow play.
Why wouldn't he bet when he thinks his hand is good, as opposed to betting when his hand is definitely not good? It doesn't make any sense. Again, it gets back to the point where people will put money in when they have the worst hand and refuse to put money in the pot when they have the best hand.
Mm-hmm.
Small line, big blinds here.
Thanks, Mike. As long as you're winning, I'm not paying for anything.
Really?
The belly dancer now,
I
you're
got
paying for
2-3
that.
unsuited. I'm going all in.
The belly dancer, you're paying for
There's no
that.
belly dancers. What is your
They're coming.
fascination with belly dancers?
The belly. The belly.
If the price is right.
Really? $6?
Mike, I'm a belly man.
Really? I like index.
There she is, right here.
Give me a couple grand, I'll
Why don't you-
mine.
On the table. Okay, bud.
And Mike's got 7 deuce off suit here. Let's see if he plays it. He's in.
He'll play.
Let it roll there, Greg.
He's
Okay,
limped.
There's 3 of us here.
And we've got 3-way action. 7, Jack 4. Now Paige has top pair.
21.
7-4 unsuited.
John has second pair, and so does Mike. And Paige is going to bet.
2 pair beat.
$20.
She bets $20.
No good. How about a pair?
John's going to muck.
Nice kicker.
That's good. 2 pairs is no good. 2 pair jacks is good.
And Mike calls. And at this point, if I'm Paige and I don't have that many more chips, I'd pretty much push
Stick
all
all
in
in.
here on the turn.
I don't mind losing to you because you're a good player. You know what I mean?
Turns
You're a
to
good
5.
player, but I'm going to call you with second pair, no kicker.
And what did Paige do? Did she check?
I do, and I actually do that.
Come on, Paige, push here. We're rooting for you.
Since I'm low stacked, I will go. I'll go.
Okay, she's going to move all in.
Well, I have a pair, but it's not a jack.
And Mike says, I have a pair, but it's not a jack.
Yeah, there's no question.
And again, he would need to spike trips or a deuce if he makes this call.
I don't make the rules, I only
Oh,
follow.
trying to get 50 cents out of me.
I
Huh?
was.
Little harlot. Shrew.
$87 Paige has left here.
I would have won this hand with 7.
Now he's going to muck it.
Why?
But again, he shows the fact that he's playing 7 deuce to everyone.
There it is. Can I tax you with $5 to turn that over?
I don't know about
$5
that.
on it? Let him turn
Did
it
you hear him say you're a good player?
over. $5.
He said something to the when he made that call.
You're not turning it
To
over.
Paige?
To Paige, yeah.
It's a deuce. What did I tell you?
You're a good player.
That's your
But he's going to call
Well,
with
there you
second
go.
pair.
What do you have, Jack?
Well,
Jack something.
you saw how quickly John mucked it. I mean, when you've got a tight player that leads out in early position, and that wasn't a multi-way pot, there were only 3 people, but you have to put him on a minimum of top pair with an okay kicker, I would think, and that's exactly what you had. At a minimum, right?
7 deuce is the worst hand. That's incredible. Or is it worse than 9 deuce? Yeah, it's 8 deuce. 7 deuce.
And Mike has the most chips.
Yeah, we get another chip
Wow,
count.
what do you know?
He's back. He's up about $500 since our last chip count. Up to $800. And I'm sure everybody on the table loves that. David increased his chip count a little bit.
Paige is still at
C3.
150. That's
Yep.
what she was last time.
And this pot is limped around. Mike Cam. We're going to incorporate that, I think, in this show. Queen deuce of diamonds.
Incorporate what?
Mike Cam.
Oh.
Seed 8. And he's got a gut shot. There's Mike Cam. He's got a gut shot, a flush draw, and an overcard. Pretty strong hand here.
And he's betting. What do you know?
He bets 50. And Rahman, he's got a flush draw as well, but he's got an open-ended straight draw.
Oh, money.
So we can see a lot of money
What?
going here if the diamond comes in.
Oh, yeah.
Rahman in seat 4 with
Yeah.
6-10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
And everyone else mucks.
I do have an.
So we are heads up. Queen deuce of diamonds against 10-6 of diamonds.
What you got? You got a good hand?
Diamond.
Okay,
The
bud.
turn is a 9. I was going to say, if we see a queen here, all the money could go in.
Bet it like that.
Turn's a 9.
Go first.
Let's see what Mike does.
Oh, you're not gonna
Goes check, check, and the river is an ace, and queen high is good here.
Jack is good.
And look at this, Rahman does not choose to bluff at it, and Mike's going to take it down with queen high.
Well, you would think that Mike at least has some kind
Yeah.
of pair. He's going to call anyway.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. But it's just sometimes when you've missed everything and you know there's absolutely no way you can win in a
You
showdown, you might
take
try
a
to
stab at it, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't take a stab against Mike.
Because usually he's going to call you down with anything. It just happened to be in that case that he was
Yeah,
on
well,
the same
we-
draw you were.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
In that case, he wasn't going to call.
Yeah.
To me, ace 9. That's why you're buying all the drinks.
all in, boy. Be quiet. You ruined my night with that all in ace king.
I needed a queen.
I don't know how to raise it. I think that's go out.
Take exception to that.
I would have been a straight.
I am not blind.
Oh, the diamond? Oh, yeah. No, I would have folded.
There you go. Greg. No, Greg. Gregory's when I'm in trouble.
Last name, Greg?
Nardo.
Trouble? You got a middle name? Nardo. Okay, I'm going to predict your nationality. Ready?
Okay.
It's a combination, right?
Limp, limp, limp.
Straight?
It's been a pretty passive table so far as well.
He's American.
No, I'm not.
What's an American?
You're
American
Italian?
Indian?
Korean. Well, a name like Nardo.
He was
that's
born and
Italian,
raised
but
in this
he
country.
doesn't
That's
have
what
jet
we
black
know.
hair.
Mike showed
That
4-6
tells me
offsuit.
something different.
We're going to see a flop 6 ways.
Okay.
Jack 6-7, couple of diamonds. Alex got the nut flush draw and a pair.
$40 for me.
And Mike bets
Mike
with
bets.
bottom pair. $40. Again, Alex to his immediate right. He's got a monster hand here.
Really good call, man.
He bets in increments.
Now, Magic's going to call with top pair. And let's see if Alex might check raise
Not
here.
raising.
Really? Okay.
I'm
Well,
doing you a favor. Mike.
Rahman's got a gut shot. He's probably going to muck. He does. Let's see what Alex does.
I like check move all in.
you lost.
Check raise here.
Yes.
When I go all in, what are you going to do?
I mean, there's already $130 in the
Yeah.
pot.
Go ahead. I'm calling.
And let's see what he does.
I have trips.
Oh, he just calls. Just calls.
He said he's going to go all in.
And Majid has got the best hand, so if he keeps him sticking around, Majid's going to win.
Careful.
And the turn's a jack, and now Majid isn't going anywhere.
And Magic's going to put in such a big bet, I would imagine.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for
And there you
Alex
go.
to call.
He bets 200, which is actually
Okay, I
about
changed my mind.
No, put it
the
all
size
in.
of
Go all in.
the pot here, Shirley. So it's not a bad bet. It seems a little big, but it's a pot size bet. You get trip
Make sure
jacks,
it's 200.
I got two diamonds.
Oh my God, it's 200.
I got two
and it looks like ace-6 of diamonds quickly released.
No.
No, then that was a really stupid bet, wasn't it? I told you it was stupid.
Oh, I'll show you my bad card.
I don't
And
care.
This is my bad. Oh, sorry.
I don't know exactly what is going on
This
here.
is good.
Muck and a muck. There we go. He shows the jack.
Oh my God. Good thing I didn't have trip sixes.
Well, and again, I never down anyone that fast plays their hands in this game.
River was a queen of hearts.
Yeah, Magic's he's playing a little bit predictable, but I mean,
Very much so.
so
No.
what? I mean, it's very advanced. To, like again, I mean, you want to price the guy out of the river if you think he's on a flush draw. So he bets 200. But
I
you
agree
don't
with
know
this
what
bet.
the other. Yeah, so do I.
I
I
agree
mean, you
with
don't know
this
what the other
bet.
guy has.
I was saying that the player in seat 7, Alex, could have moved in because
Absolutely.
he
On the
knows if he's
flop.
going to call there that the turn bet is going to be, with the pot size,
Yeah.
that it's probably going to be too big for him to call there.
Yeah.
So you're just paying to see one card rather than trying to get all your chips in on a semi-bluff and getting to see all the cards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I have to put in some kind of a blind?
$3.
$3, huh?
Magic just limps with 9s.
You going all in? Marlboro Man?
And here comes the
David.
the delayed comments about 75-25 being 2-1. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry.
You got it before they
I
even
got it
said
before
it.
they
yeah.
posted it. Yeah.
I have to call you.
You call?
David has made it 30 here with Ace Jack.
First one all-in wins.
Majid limped in with pocket 9s. He's going to call. Mike is in there with 4-5. And we've got three-way action here. About a $95 pot. King, Jack, 8. David has the best hand. Let's see if Mike throws a bet out. And he does.
30.
Right away. He bets 30, Shirley, and I don't really know what to say.
What's he get, like 10 minutes to make his mind up?
No.
How much time? 3?
Depends on when you call the clock.
Did you start the clock? Let's start the clock.
Well, Majid is figuring, what am I going to do here? But if you got a solid player like David behind him, there's a good chance that king and that jack might have caught him. The only thing he might be able to hoping is he has ace-queen. So I think for him, because David is behind him, he should probably lay this one down.
We already called time. You're already on the clock. You got about 24 seconds left.
Is that what you would be thinking as well on this spot?
I think so.
Yeah.
You have the player behind you, with
Yeah.
two overcards. You
Yeah.
would think that
Yeah.
David has some of it.
And David
Put in a
raises
raise
and Mike immediately mocks. I love it when I say raise and someone mocks and I don't even have to figure out how much to raise to. That's always nice.
Are you a Mariners fan?
Actually, I'm pretty good at math. Anyone do pot sizes in their heads and odds in their heads on the fly. 2 + 2 is giving me a little trouble. I always had a knack for doing some quick arithmetic in my head.
5 years old.
With orange seats.
Yeah, that was a joke.
They had orange seats.
Tyco extorted all the money from us.
What's 68 + 74?
Go ahead.
142.
Wow, she's pretty quick, too. Look at that.
I'm telling you, I'm good at math. I just
Yeah.
have a hard time, with translating it
Yeah.
sometimes. I would like to know what CWC on 2 + 2 is referring to when he's talking about exclusive and El Capitano. Is he trying to imply or insinuate that
We all know you have an ace.
that they collude?
Time.
I don't know.
Noah's a pretty respectable, player. I don't know who El Capitano is, but I know Noah.
Well, the pot was limped around, and Ramen bets here with the ace-10. We'll get to that in a second here. Again, people who aren't monitoring the thread, we have to remind them what we're talking about. We don't want to lose you guys.
Didn't I say from 2 + 2?
I know you're drinking, but there's
We'll
no 8
we'll
out.
address the whole post.
But I have
Right.
he has 3 cards. I know you're drinking, but I have bullets.
So
with
Ramen
the
has
ace.
bet here with ace-10.
I still want to see his ID.
I don't know.
still
What
wanna
has
see
Mike
his
done
ID.
over here in seat 8?
I still want to
Looks
see
like
his
Mike
ID.
has called.
He's on the same level.
So we're heads up. Ramen against Mike. Mike's got second pair. Ramen's got top pair. The turn's a jack.
A little bit.
What do you got?
That means he's
Ramen
got
bets again.
much,
35.
not much.
35. Mike calls again. Mike's going to need to spike 2 pair here. 6 or an 8, or obviously
I
trips.
really like you, honest.
And the river's a 9.
I'll check it.
And Ramen's going to check it.
What are you? Did you just say 6 or 8 or trips?
How come
6 or an 8 he needed.
How
He
come you
needed
have my
to
signature?
catch 2 pair or trips on the river.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said 6 and 8 or trips. I'm like, a 6 is trips. Okay.
6 or an 8. So CW Siggy said on 2
Right.
+ 2. Amsterdam Collision Committee doing well in the Stars event also. 12th and 23rd. Exclusive and El Capitano. Now these are
Those
some
are their
players
names.
that you know.
I
on
know.
Stars.
I know exclusive.
Okay.
I don't know El Capitano. I might know him personally, but don't know his screen name.
Yeah.
But I know, Noah, who is exclusive, and just the word collusion in there just kind of caught my eye.
So are you old enough?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Let's see your ID. He's 26, right? I already saw it. I looked at your...
26?
Look at this guy.
No way.
And he's very funny. He's the youngin' at
He's like 22.
Excuse me. He takes a good picture, too. Oh, cheap. Of course, he doesn't stay out in the sun. That's why. He's got no wrinkles. I'm a vampire.
Raise it up.
Light doesn't hurt me.
So we're going to raise. Mike's going to raise here. Looks like with ace-8 offsuit.
Me too. 7.
Real happy.
Hey, just call.
Trying to find $12?
Sure.
Just
Because you
call.
can't really find a TV.
$12.
Got 7.
And he raises here. Looks like to
The
12.
2 of us.
Heads up with the champ.
And Magic's going to call with ace-6. And Mike has the best hand here. $25 pot. Ace-6 against ace-8.
Hey, I called. He had a better hand. He had a better hand than I called.
Jack 5-7. Couple of spades.
I'm still checking.
I can't bet it.
I'm checking all the way.
Taking all the way?
Check.
Check, check.
Check.
Turns a 9 of spades. Check, check. River's a
I got
6.
a pair.
And Magic gets a pair, but Mike makes a straight there on the end. Ace-8's going to take it down. And Mike bets on the river, and Magic is not going to call. It does not look like here.
I wouldn't have bet, but I hit a big hand on the river. It's great.
I see that.
I gotta bet it. I gotta take advantage of your weekend mental state.
Just because you buy me a drink.
And Mike
Thank you
wins.
very much.
Here's my hand. Pair of 5. You ready for another?
So as a post here on 2+2 by Big Game Frank, he says, Bart and Shirley, how tough is it to get into the Live at the Bike game in terms of typical waiting list time? Next time in LA, what do I need to, or what time do I need to show up in order to be assured of sitting in the game?
George Hamilton?
Well, I mean, I would say you could get here by 4, 3:30.
If you want to make sure you're in there for the whole session, yeah, you're pretty safe at that. If you do get in here a little bit later, you'll be put on the waiting list, and a lot of times, they get in too.
Right.
But if you want to be assured that you're going to even play all 4 hours, then I would suggest 4 too.
Yeah.
5 players.
We have 5-way action here. King 4-7 here on the flop. Couple of diamonds.
Check raise. Check raise.
Looks like Mike is top pair.
I bet 20.
And he's going to bet it, Shirley. He's going to bet
No
it.
way.
I can't even hold
Yep.
my chips.
He bets
You
the
know,
top
that
pair.
really actually plays.
But he's going to bet 20. He's going to bet $20 here.
Time, please.
4-7, baby. Let me check again. Yep.
Now, Majid doesn't have much of anything. David doesn't have much of anything. And unfortunately, no one really has much of anything. Now, John's played ultra tight over there in seat 6. He's the only one. He's got ace-7.
You're not pretty enough.
Alex has got a gut shot straight draw.
I wish.
I mean, there's really no reason to bluff. I imagine thinking about, why would you bluff
What are you gonna
Mike
do if I put you all in?
with
You don't
nothing
need to.
here? Yeah, there's no need to.
That was my point. You
Right.
just need to wait for a pair, and he'll pay you off.
Now let's see what John does with the ace-7. He's seen everything
now,
that's gone on.
normally in that
Oh, he's gonna
situation,
muck it
I
in
might
his.
call and make a bluff if a diamond comes off, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it in Mike's case.
Yeah. Mike shows
Against
the
another
king.
player, maybe.
No, it's just
A
that
lot
it
of
happens to be, in that case, Mike had the best hand. But with ace-7, I got to tell you, in that spot, I think my hand's good.
If I call
All that
you-
crap that he's shown,
That's true. That's true. There. Oh,
There- we're gonna
let's see.
take a
We'll
look at
see
the
at the
board
live
there.
at the bike list. There we go.
yeah, there you go.
See that there's nobody waiting. So
Not right now for
that's
this game.
yeah.
Which month? Which month?
There was. They just now cleared it. There were
Oh,
seven
well,
initials
you
up
know what it was? There
there.
were 7 people on the game, and they've actually started a must move to filter into this game, which is so once they get a list that's long enough to start another table, they'll start a must move to feed it into the live the bike. So
Yeah.
that's why you saw those 2 numbers up there. There were 2 tables.
Yeah, we weren't trying to show you nothing. We it just had 7 names on it.
Yeah.
The folks at home.
Now Mike is raised here at 50. He's got 10-6 of diamonds.
Go all in, baby. Might as well put it all in. Let's go.
And Paige, she's got ace-10.
You got excited.
And again,
Okay,
against
130.
Mike,
$130. Go all in.
she hasn't done anything, but
I would imagine she won't call. She'll move in.
Yeah, she's
Move
gonna-
in or fold. Yeah.
she's gonna
Kill all
fold.
your action.
Go out, Brunson.
Well, the same thing.
It's
I
not
mean,
quite
I
a
think
Doyle Brunson there. It's 10-6.
No,
It's in Doyle
10-2.
Brunson.
and he shows it again. It applies to that hand, ace 10. You know, you might think it's the best hand. Do you necessarily want to gamble it up? Obviously, in cash games, you want to take your edges. So if you think it's the best hand and you have the bankroll to stay in this game a long time, you might want to push in. But if Mike had raised with 8-9, you're not a huge
You're not
favorite.
a huge favorite, right?
You know, in this case, she was because Mike had 6-10, so she had him dominated.
What's your net? You're a Turk, right? You're a Turk?
Oh, you wanted to show? Go ahead. You have a look.
Country that
Too
extorts
late
all the
now.
money for us just so we can use your borders?
If I'm attacking, I'm Turk.
$5. No splashing.
Sure.
Hey, Greg.
Huh?
I'm going to give you $20 tips by winning.
Hey, I tell you what, you dropped it. 3, 4,
And this
5.
pot looks like it's going to get limped around here again.
5.
6 players.
Six-way
players?
action.
How many 6
7, 8, 10 here on the flop. Paul's got top pair and an open-ended straight draw over there in seat 9.
Oh, is it my bet? I'll bet all these.
And David has flopped a straight, and Mike bets. And this might get Paul in trouble, because Paul could raise here. And again, David in C3, he's flopped the nut straight. No, he's just going to smooth call. Now this is, again, a classic case on the button, where if I'm in this game, I put a value raise here on the button. Not necessarily because Jack-9 isn't good enough to slow play, but there are a lot of cards that can kill your action. Another 9, a Jack, a 6. And look, he is going to raise.
Ooh, this pot has been raised to 30.
He's made it 30. There you go, and he's made a nice value
That's
raise.
the guy right there.
He's no problem. Don't worry about him.
I think might be a small enough.
Yeah, I like that raise.
Yeah.
Get some
To
money
keep-
in the pot.
Yeah, keep Mike in, then
Yeah.
somebody else may be out.
Look at Paige. She's got a gut
She's
shot there.
contemplating.
Okay.
She has an open
We're
end.
going to leave the
Oh, she's open-ended too.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me. Yeah, she's got the 9.
But she doesn't know if a jack comes, she's chopping, and
Yeah.
if a 6 comes, she's losing. So we can see that, but
And
she's
she
going to
makes
make
the
her call.
Yeah. And Mike makes the call. And Paul makes the call. And so now you're hoping for a blank so you can push real hard on
yeah.
the turn. But look at how much money he just built the pot up there by raising there, Shirley.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see the turn. The turn's an ace, and that's a high blank, actually, in this case for him. That's a great card.
That's a card that you think is good because you think somebody probably has an ace.
Yeah, someone could have ace 7, ace 8, ace 10 in this spot.
Right.
And David pushes pretty hard here.
What to do, what to do.
Looks like he's bet 120. Again, I think that is
He's
absolutely
really
a
impressed.
textbook move. I love the move to raise to 30 on the flop there by David. He gets 1, 2, 3 people to call. An extra $17. He's extracted an extra $50 out of the pot. With the nuts, obviously.
Bye, love.
And unfortunately for him, even though the ace was a high blank, it was a little bit of an action killer because I'm sure he would have rather have seen a 3 or a deuce.
Well, it was an action killer
Yeah.
in this case, but
Because Paul might not have gone anywhere with 9-10 if a deuce or a 3 or a 4 had come on the turn.
right.
Um,
River was a 7. I don't really.
That I can't do.
Yeah, River was a 7.
He flopped it straight.
And he shows the flop straight there.
Big bluff.
Thank you very much.
You call, you win.
I call, I go for a shot.
Yeah, and just it's unfortunate that someone didn't call with ace 8 in that spot, or ace 10 or something like that.
I don't think anybody had it.
Yeah.
He makes promises all the time. Do not believe seat 8.
8 o'clock. Go ahead. All right.
Now again, and you take a look at that turn card. Now, if he hadn't raised on the flop, if he had smooth called, everyone would have smooth behind him, right? And now he bets on the turn. If it gets checked to him, he makes no money on the hand. He makes absolutely no money on the hand. So he did extract. I mean, obviously it wasn't a huge pot, but it's a great value raise.
Are you still drinking?
Get some money in there with the nuts. Why not?
Thank God that Jack
Mike's got ace queen offsuit here,
for you. Yeah. You know, that's
and I believe
And John's in trouble. He hasn't really played
Yeah.
many hands, but
Mike raised it, and John called with ace jack of clubs. And let's see what John does here. John's played really tight. Mike's going to continue to bet. And John check calls. John, he like you said, he could be in trouble. The deuce comes on the turn. And now he's going to bet. And Mike calls. And Mike actually said, if an ace or a queen comes out, you lose. So he's called his hand. And the river is a 10. And the ace queen is going to,
oh my goodness.
the ace queen's going to play. John shuts down.
Mike
takes down the pot.
Mike told him what he had. I have ace queen. If an ace or queen comes, you lose. Meaning that if any other card comes, bet.
I need chips over here.
Yep.
I've been spinning hundreds since they had my place.
And, wow. That's all I can say about that.
Mike just rakes them in. Look at all those chips sitting in front of him.
Yeah. I try to have fun even though I lost my ass to you, sir.
Excuse me, what did you lose? What did you lose there?
When I get my money back, then I'll stop calling you sir. Junior.
Don't sir us, okay?
Skippy's good. I'll stop calling you sir, when you give me my money back. Okay, I'll give you an opportunity.
25.
$25 raise here. And Mike's picked up a real hand. He's got pocket tens. And he's made it 25 to go.
Bad timing.
And look at Majid. Majid's going to call with pocket threes.
Check it down. I have pocket pairs.
I already bet 25.
I know, I have pocket
Majid is saying, check it down, I have a pocket pair. Well, you don't know what bad shape you're in there, buddy. Mike's got a pretty big hand.
Serious? Oh my God, you're in trouble.
Queen 6-4.
All in.
Look at this! Majid moves all in and Mike calls.
Calls instantly.
Mike calls instantly. He checked and Majid moved all in and Mike called. And this is a huge pot. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Mike was tired of him pushing around. Majid kept...
The turn's a 10 and Mike hits trip 10s and he fills up on the river and Majid bluffs off. Or maybe he moves in with what he thought was the best hand.
No, well...
all of his chips. Wow.
I didn't want to do that to you, man, but I had a good hand.
Wow.
Majid had moved in a lot, against Mike.
Yeah.
On his semi-bluffs with a, remember when
And look
ace
at
king
Majid.
high.
Look at this. Look at the amount of chips.
That was dangerous.
Let's see if we can get a count there on the chips. I mean, he had him
Well, that was
covered.
nice. Mike left him with $2.
Oh, you acted like you didn't have a hand. You had a big hand.
That was a huge. That's the biggest part of the night. Look at Mike stack the chips. That's like Majid had like $500 there, Shirley. Over $1,000 pot. Wow.
Those tens are good to you.
Now, and it's funny. Well,
Mike's shocked over there. He's holding his head.
and again, once
How'd I do that?
once I said that, Mike called instantly with pocket tens. There was an overcard, which means that he probably thought he had the best hand and he was slow playing. Which again, I said I didn't recommend Mike to do. But in that case, it worked. In that case, it worked because you wonder if he let out what Majid would have done. But that was a huge pot. That's crazy.
Cocktails on 0.
And one drink per customer. Viking service, too.
So I'm getting word here on 2+2 that El Capitano is Marcel Lusk, and I do know him too. So,
I'm not sure.
and I knew that he was instructing Noah.
What's the event tonight?
It is,
Thank
I
you.
think it was 200 no limit with rebuys.
Oh, okay. 200? No,
I think so. I think so.
Of course, I'm only going to be able to play
Oh,
the
you
events.
can't play tomorrow. I was
No,
going to
for
tomorrow's
Omaha.
limit. No, tomorrow's limit. Next Wednesday is the 500 Omaha, which I'm going to be taking the day off, and David's going to work for me.
Just 15. Donation.
Isn't that convenient that everyone can play in their tournaments? Huh. And I don't get to.
Tournaments are like not really your thing, anyways.
That's not necessarily true.
It's my passion. I mean, that's why, not why I play poker, but that's what I love about poker. The most.
I'm
the
just
most.
thrriled that I get to play in the weekly Sunday night tournaments now on Stars.
Oh, that's
The
right,
Omaha
the 7
ones.
o'clock.
Yeah.
$200
That's good.
Omaha highlight. You're playing against me.
Although I played in one a couple weeks ago and you weren't in it. I was just playing so I could beat you. But you weren't there.
Got chance. We should have an ongoing last longer bet.
Yeah.
Ongoing $10 last longer bet.
Because I haven't got, I mean, there aren't a lot of, that's probably what the biggest one that goes regularly on the internet, the Omaha one on Sunday
limit,
nights.
yeah.
And I just haven't gotten really a chance to play it because I'm always working, so now I will.
That's great. I almost always play it. It's just so happened that the last couple weeks, like last week, I was, up north.
Yeah.
And I just was trying to stay away from poker, although I did go up to, one of the casinos.
We are heads up.
Majid has raised here, and Mike is called. And Majid flops the nut straight. 7, 8, 9. He bets 15, and Mike calls. Mike could catch runner for a higher straight here. King of spades comes on the turn.
25.
Majid bets again here. 25.
Don't go away. Don't
And
go away.
I can't. I got no
Come
time.
on,
Mike's going to
don't
go
Oh,
away.
I gave you free money with a queen
Don't
three.
go away.
Look at that. 1, 2, 3,
Don't go
1,
away.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or
Looks
12
like, it
stacks.
looks like 12 stacks.
12. Yeah, he's got one in front there, too. 1,200 he's up to. Wow.
There we go. Let's move your arm. Move your arm.
Move your
There we
head.
go.
Move your head. 1, 2,
5,
3,
6.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yes, 13.
Stacks.
And some change behind. He has like $40 behind.
Yep.
Oh, maybe not. They're blues. No, he does have some yellows here, too,
Yeah, he's-
behind.
No, not really.
Behind his wall.
Maybe someone can get
Make
him
it
a
a
rack
great
there
wall.
because he's taking up a lot of that corner. We can play out of the rack at the table. 1, 2, 3, 4,
I don't
5,
think they're
6, 7,
bothering
8, 9,
anybody.
10, 11. I think he might have 14 stacks.
I
That's
counted 13 with
Crazy.
Go ahead, go ahead.
you. 13. And he's going to stack them here double, so they'll take up less space. They won't have a big wall. They'll have a small.
5-way action here, limped around. Rahman limped in with ace queen, and he's flopped 3 aces. Ace, ace 10, couple of clubs. Now, Paul has the nut flush draw on seat 9. And it got checked to Mike. Mike bet, Paul called, and Rahman just smooth called with the ace queen. He doesn't want to see a club here.
And I'm sure that he's probably
Turns a
thinking
5.
maybe somebody has, one more ace, he'll hit a jackpot. That's usually the reasoning
Now
behind
he
just
bets
slow playing.
$20. And that's not enough to get Paul off of the hand, I don't think. I mean, the pot is like it's $100.
Yeah.
Paul would be getting, 4 or 5 to 1 here. He makes the call.
Hope you don't.
Let's see the river. River's a 5. No help. Rahman's going to put a little bet in here.
Even if he puts a bet of $5, I don't think he's getting it from Paul.
No.
Thank you very much.
Again, Shirley, my online cash game experiences now have been, I might be one of the only people out there that is making all of my money by multi-tabling stud high-low. But I love it. It's just consistent, and the variance is very, very small compared to Limit Hold'em. And Omaha, for that matter. I got to be honest with you.
I think you just really need to find a site that works for you. Because my wins are consistent. I mean, I do have losses. Like last night after I left here, I did go lose, $500. But that's small compared to what my wins are. And my wins are usually
Pot
like
has been raised
7 or 8 per one. 7 or 8 wins per one loss.
$70 raise.
But again, you're only playing one table at a time. I'd
That's
rather
true.
play tight and
That's
see
true.
a lot of hands. That's just my style.
Yeah.
Now,
What
Majid
other
has
things?
raised it to $70 with deuce 6 offsuit. And David,
Okay, fellas,
he's made the call with ace queen of hearts. I think Majid is kind of spiraling down here after that big loss. 4-5 jack, and Majid moves all in. He's got a gut shot and the 6 of diamonds. And lucky for him, David has none of this, and I don't think he can call. And again, and Barry Greenstein talked about how most of the money that's won and lost in poker is through steaming. And here we go. Again, here. Majid is obviously steaming from the beat before with the pocket threes. Again, I feel, and I don't know if you necessarily, this is specifically about high-low games. I feel that if you play enough hands, and this applies to Omaha too, but especially in stud high-low, sometimes I'm a little bit mentally lazy. If you play enough hands, your pre-flop or third street hand selection in those games, by playing so tight, is so much superior to everyone else in Omaha and stud high-low that the game almost plays itself. Whereas in Limit Hold'em, sometimes you actually you've got to make some moves and stuff. Not as much as a no limit, obviously, but
Three players.
you can consistently be a winner by
Omaha's
coming
very
in with
cut and
cards.
dry.
Yeah. 9, and then obviously Omaha playing post flop is good. You know, you have to know how to play post flop as well. 9-10 jack here on the flop.
Everybody's checked. Wow. Is that bad? Or
Turn as an ace. Everyone check the flop. Magic's going to bet $10 here with his ace.
Heads up.
John called there with a club draw. And the river's a 3.
Now you guys get the best dealer in the house.
Pressure.
No pressure with him. He's the best. Thank you guys, young lady. Good luck to all of you.
What was the best deal in the house, right?
There he is, right here.
What color are you, Brian? 6'4". Why do you call you short? Because God wouldn't be that cool. Ladies find out. I'm pretty sure you haven't heard that. No. And not my whole life during elementary school or nothing.
It's probably okay till you got big.
That's right, exactly. Until I grew up.
Limp.
Sure can. Set up, please.
C3's got ace king suited. David, he's going to raise.
Raise it. 48 to go.
And Paul's going to muck. He had limped in with ace 10.
That's what I had last time.
What?
You got an hour to make up my money.
It looks like Jive Dadson has joined the thread.
We missed him tonight.
Yes, we did. Celebrity poster. Online critic. Poker critic, not poker player, I guess that's what he says.
He's a Bart critic.
He doesn't strategize about poker when he's playing poker, only, I think, on the thread, I think he said. Or I think he said something a couple of days ago, I don't want to misquote, but I think he said he doesn't play poker, he just comments about it on this thread. Something like that. The truth of that.
He doesn't play poker?
I think he does, but I don't know if it's not necessarily anymore. Or I'm sure we'll be corrected here in a few minutes. Yeah.
Okay. No problem.
Ace Jack suited here. For the small blind, looks to be the best hand. John has limped in here with Queen 9 of spades. And obviously Mike is away from the table, that's why we're not seeing him play. So the pot was limped around 10-10-3, a couple of spades. And John's going to bet into the flush draw. And Paul calls with pocket 8s over there in seat 9. And we're heads up. A couple of overcards and a flush draw. The turn's a 6. Check, check, and the river's a 4, and 8s hold up here. I'm just going to check down again here.
Oh, no, it's here.
And part of the reason why I mentioned Boondocks of Northern California was half because Isaac is from there, and half because Jive is from San Jose. That was the other half, too.
When we were talking about the casinos.
Northern
Northern California.
Yeah.
I heard you were going to bet them when you came out. 10. Yep.
And Mike has come in here. He's back to the table. He's raised under the gun here, or in second position to $10 with Jack Deuce offsuit. And I do not think that he has folded a hand in the 2 hours that we've been broadcasting.
Who's that, Mike?
Mike in seat 8. He has been in every single hand.
Well, I'm sure there's been one.
I don't think so. No, I'm serious. He was just away from the table for maybe he went to the bathroom. He's been in every hand. Every single hand he's been in. And he's pretty much bluffed at every single flop, too. He's betting $10 in here with nothing.
And he's winning.
Bobby's called here with a gut shot wheel draw in seat 1. And Alex has raised with King 10.
Feeling comfortable with
and
your
he's
second
actually
pair.
check raised. The turn's a deuce. So Alex check raises, and now he checks on the turn, and Mike bets again.
Feels good.
Let's see how much he bets.
The weight felt good.
And Mike has hit trip deuces on the turn. He had bottom pair, and he's hit trip deuces on the turn. This is unbelievable. And he's bet 45. I mean, absolutely
it just took me a
incredible.
second to realize
yeah.
what.
I thought he was betting with nothing on the flop, but he had bottom pair,
Uh-huh.
and he's hit trips on the turn. And Alex is going to pay. He's going to call. He's going to call. And the pot is quickly approaching $150. And the river is an ace of diamonds.
That might slow down the action a little bit.
Yeah, it will.
I got you beat. I should take more of your money, but I'm not going to do it.
All right, they're just going
I
to check
got
it
you
down.
beat again.
I knew he had the deuce.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I was Mike at that spot and somebody checked to me, it obviously looked like Alex had a weak king. And the reason why you can specifically put him on that was that he check-raised the flop, and then he really did a crying call on the turn, I thought. And then when the river pairs an ace, you're telling me he's not going to bet it if he has an ace? You're not scared of the flush because you've made a full house now. You've got a full house. So I think their value bet is definitely...
Well, my
Called
point is
for on
that,
the
yeah,
river.
Mike said, you know, I have you beat. I
Right.
should take more money, but I'm not going to.
Oh, okay. Maybe he just...
And which is what he did earlier when he had that two pair, when he had
Yeah.
eights and nines.
Yeah.
Remember, yeah, I have the best hand, but I'm
Because I know you
going to
did
check it the whole way down.
yeah.
Camera check.
Even
Flow
though I
man.
saved you about $50 on the river, I'm going to put your blind in.
We'll find out soon.
Yeah, Colin. I got no room to put my cards on the window, though.
Okay, let's make
Let me separate the yellow C.
And Mike is...
Raise it. Make it 40. It's going to raise to 40.
I need... Who raised?
Seat number 2 has raised to 40. That's Magic. He's made it 40 to go.
That, we don't take kind of that talk.
What could I have anyway?
Couple limpers.
Hey, it's not welcome here. I'm telling you, I have no idea what I have. There's a good chance I'm going to
Your pocket kings are okay.
And Rahman, he's got ace-queen. He's going to make the call. Smooth call. And let's see if Mike makes the call with 5-8 off suit for 40. I would imagine that he is. Again, we have really not seen him miss a flop here all tonight.
I'm going to look at one card. Picture I'm calling. No, that's not good.
Please call.
Let's see. Oh, no, he's going to fold one of the few times tonight. And we're heads up, ace-jack against ace-queen. Now, Rahman has played it pretty passively. He is in position. Oh, and he flops top two pair. And Majid moves all in again, Shirley. He's going to lose all his chips again. He's moved all in with ace-jack, and Rahman immediately calls him.
I mean, he has...
And look at this. An ace laughs at his face here on the
He's-
turn. And he's drawing totally
drawing
dead.
dead.
And the river is a 6. Oh, wow.
Was he drawn dead?
He was drawing dead.
No, he wasn't. If a queen came up on the river.
Hey, drawing dead to a chop. You're right. You're right.
295.
Which I think is just
Well, it's
almost
pretty-
as good.
yeah.
Almost as good as drawing dead.
Right,
He could not have won the hand.
I'm going to take a quick break.
We'll see you in a
Bart,
minute.
I'll be back in a few.
This is a tough table, man. Thank you, player. Toughest table I've played in a while. Everywhere I play, I win. This is a table I can't take any money from. Tough table.
And it looks like Majid is going to rebuy here again in seat 2.
I called you Tim. Okay, me too. You called me over there.
Isn't it great?
No, that's the other white guy.
Oh, it's Brian. Oh, really?
There's two
No,
of
Mike
us,
guy's
yeah.
all over the line.
Yeah, you know.
Greg was our last year. Freaking Mike guy.
Chips, please.
Sorry, Brian.
Yes, sir. He's raising it to 30. I get it all day long.
You're really better looking than the other guy,
That's what I try to tell him.
but I didn't take a good look at it.
Folded around here.
I called.
It's been raised to 30.
Oh, my God. Wait, who bet it? Him?
Yep.
Oh, I'm definitely.
And actually, I think that seat 2 has raised to 30.
Okay. You should have seen what I saw out there when I went to the restaurant.
Or Mike is raising here. Let's see.
There's two people here?
Well, he made it 30.
She was 30 playing dance to a fault.
Okay. We know that Mike is in the hand. And Majid, I believe, he has raised. He probably rebought for 200 or 300 over in seat 2. And he raised with ace-king. And Mike has called with queen 5 off suit. And now Paul, he's got king-jack. And he's trying to think, is he going to put... No, he's not going to push the rest of his chips in.
Nope. He said he folded.
No, I don't want to take your money right now.
So we're heads up, Queen 5 against Ace King, and there's the top pair. And Magic's going to move all in with the Ace King.
Hey, you just took a whole pot.
I'm going to win this spot, too.
Okay, come in.
Why did you go all
Please
in, man?
come in. Don't go away.
Okay, hold on.
Just make sure you don't go away.
Mike would have to call here with a gut shot only.
Call. Please call. Please. Call.
How much you got there? 150?
Just about.
And it's about... So I believe Magic rebought for 200, so... It's probably about 150 left.
Please call.
You got pocket ace? Oh, you're so full of crap. I know you got me beat, but you don't have that good a hand.
I don't have any.
Well, I don't exactly know what Mike is thinking about, because all he has is a gut shot straight draw.
179.
And it's 179 more that Magic has pushed here. And Mike has gambled a lot tonight.
You know my favorite hand is? I've told you all night my favorite hand.
Remember, Magic has lost. He's gone down to felt twice here tonight.
The belly dancers are coming, and you're not calling.
I know what Jack is coming.
Come on, I just gave you a whole bunch.
And he's going to call with the gut shot, folks. Mike calls with the gut shot. Magic has goaded him on. And this is going to be some incredible stuff if he gets there. He will need to catch a running 2-pair or a straight. Here we go. Oh, the turn's a 7. No help there. And the river's a 4. And Magic's going to double through.
179.
Well, Mike's here having a good time. And that would have been an incredible beat.
180.
But only in our dreams, I guess.
There you go, buddy. Now we're even. You buy a drink.
I had to beg him to come in.
I knew that Jack was going to come. Yeah, he did.
You need one more card.
I had forgotten all about
That was charity at its best.
I always have these recurring dreams of me screaming on bad beats on Live with the Bike. Wake up in a cold sweat at about 5 a.m.
I go to your mommy and cry.
Because I actually dream that I'm commentating on myself in the 10-20 no limit game.
Okay, I'll buy.
And I've got busted out.
I'm buying the drinks. That's fine.
Say thank you.
You're welcome.
Dirty bastard.
Small blind your first
Can you say that?
CWCE on 2+2 says, Barton Shirley, where can I read a book that will teach me about Omaha high-low and stud high-low?
Didn't mean to.
I know.
And he mentioned Ray Z's book.
How much?
And,
You know
yeah, that's a
what the
good
next
place to
guy
start.
is?
Although I think that Ray Z's book is actually better for stud high-low than Omaha. I don't think he gives a lot of specific
I
stuff
have
for
no
Omaha.
choice. I have
C2 here's got Pocket
I have no
Kings,
Go all in on me.
Magid, and I believe that he raised. And the flop comes 10 Jack Queen, and we've got a lot of people in here.
Well, but as soon as he says something,
And
as soon as he
somebody's
says
moved all in here, and it is Paul. Paul's moved all in with Ace Queen.
I'm all in.
Now let's see, and Magic's going to re-raise here with the overpair and the open-ended straight draw. And Mike, boy, Mike, he's got an open-ended straight draw too here, and he's a gambler, but Magic's got a lot more chips now.
It doesn't matter. Just call.
I want to know how much it is.
Just call. Don't worry about it.
And what has Mike done here? Mike is he's asking for Magic's count here. The bet by Paul with Ace Queen. Magid has re-raised all in.
Let him call.
And Magid hadn't stacked the chips from the previous hand, so he pushes the pile of sloppy chips in front of him into the pot. And Brian's going to fix that up.
Man, I know it.
390.
And it's 390, and Mike would have to be...
He already said it. He already said it.
I mean, this would be an incredible gamble for Mike to call here. I just can't see it.
Are you objecting to
What do you
it?
bet? You can object all he wants. That's easy for me to say.
No, I want you to call.
You know what? I want to call. I know I'm going to hit it, but I'm not
Please
going to
call.
feel bad when it hits.
Oh,
And Mike is gonna muck it.
that's what I had too. See that?
And he would have been drawing to a
Hey,
chop.
Mike, that's what I had.
What else? Tell me.
Now, Paul could catch one of the case king to have a higher straight here. He would need the case king. The turn is a 6 of hearts, and the river is an 8. And Magid's going to take down another one there with that overpair.
I had a 9.
Get a 9?
And Paul took a stand there. He was short chipped. I don't mind the play.
And you didn't call?
Just happened to be Imagine had the overpair there.
You had the king and you didn't call. You had a better hand than
And of course,
me.
Paul,
I had the bottom end.
you know, Paul was drawing really, really slim there.
That would have been his call.
And he looks like he's going to be done for the night. We're going to have a new player coming in here shortly.
Even for a gambler, that was a good thing.
I should have called.
And one of the other things, too, is that Super System 2, you know, I want to go so far as to say that I'm not sure if I read the Limit Omaha section, but the Todd Brunson section on Stud High Low is some good material. In Doyle Brunson's newest version of Super System 2.
25.
I haven't won in a while. I gotta bet.
25. All right, I call you one time.
Good hand, buddy.
And Mike has raised here from the button with King Jack.
All right.
Off suit. Looks like he made it 25.
What?
And looks like Bobby has called with King 8. And John has called. So 3 of the kings are out. Flop is 3-8-5. Bobby's flop top pair.
5-0.
And he's going to bet 50 right in here. And Mike would need to catch a jack if he makes this call. And Mike is going to call. Bobby even has him on the hearts as he has the king of hearts. The turn's a 9.
100.
100.
Bobby bets 100 now.
Come on, man.
And Mike's going to muck it. And Bobby takes it down.
King comes, you're in trouble. You know me, when I bet, I got it.
And for those of you that want to get into high-low poker, there's nothing like going to a casino. And for me, I'm 25 years old, being 30 years younger than the next closest person at the table. And that's not an exaggeration. I mean, there are people that have died here in the past at the bike on the Stud High Low table.
Hold on. Time. All right. Oh, I have already in. $5. All right, let's go.
Option, sir. Go ahead. There's 4 players.
4-way action here, limped around. 3-4-8, couple of diamonds.
$10.
Wow, big bet.
I know.
Who get scared with that?
I can't even get one call with $10. All right.
3-4-8 again on that flop. And
4 play.
Majid bet $10 with an 8, and he got called in a couple spots. And look at this. Bobby in seat 1 is spiked trips. And Rahman has trips as well, but Bobby has the better kicker, and Rahman's going to raise it up here with 4-6. Mike folds, and let's see what Bobby does.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh, 40.
So a bet by Majid, a raise by Rahman, and now Bobby has just smooth called with trip 4s. And the river is a deuce.
Check it. That is straight.
And Rahman bets
$30.
$30. And Bobby looks like he's going to play this one passively. He's just going to call, as there's a straight there on the board.
Show your straight, sir.
Send it.
And Queen 4 is going to
You
win.
still bet. Dang, right?
I can. Yeah, you can. Thank you, sir.
Bobby played a little conservatively against Rahman. He's played pretty tight the entire night there in C4.
4s are cheap.
4s are cheap.
Still bet. I said I had a straight.
I believe you didn't have the straight.
I know, you believe me. I didn't have it, but I had a better kicker.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want you to bet, man. Please. I had a trip.
Oh,
Hey, the Russians are coming. So I don't know if they had a full house already, you know? It's for the dealer.
yeah, I'm ready to call.
Well, good job. All right, who's it on?
Option, sir. No, thank you. Don't take $5 out of this trade. Put it up there.
Raise.
Just one. And then put those cards on the window for me, please. Thank you. All right, option.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
This pot's going to get limped around here. Mike Cam shows a Jack 4 offsuit.
You're already in, no matter what. It's a post.
You're in.
You got to post your one.
Put your cards on the window. That's it.
And here we go.
Guess not. You're post, you're a new player.
six-way action here. 7-6 deuce. Rahman's got a set of sixes here in seat 4, and he leads right out. He's going to lead out with the set.
What's the bet?
The $20 bet.
I think the beer's starting to kick in on me.
Now, Paul's got a gut shot with a couple of overcards in seat 9. He's not going to call. And unfortunately for Rahman, it doesn't look like anyone's going to call. But he led right out, and he shows the set.
You got a set? That's all you have?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's it?
Yeah. Okay, nobody told me that.
Here, here's $5.
Oh, you came over and you yelled, deal me in. I'll take it up with you later.
On the parking
And
lot.
Wherever he needs to take care of it.
I think Brian will give him the freaking
Money back.
hammer.
I'm just going to deal him up.
Yeah, Dylan's ass out.
Can't believe him.
We're
Take line, man.
Give me some cards. I don't like him already. He's got him next to me.
Exactly. He's an employee here.
Dirty bastard. I don't like his black pants either.
Ooh, now Mike's got ace-king.
I still don't
Got ace-king in seat 8. And remember, I told you, I wanted to go out and wring his neck and say, bet your hands hard. And he's going to raise it. He's going to raise with looks like 25 here total with ace-king. Seat 9 is going to call with the king-jack suited. And over there in seat 6, John's in trouble with king-queen. Rahman calls with pocket 5s as he just hit his set. And it's probably going to be unlikely that we see a king flop here. But Mike does have looks like a pretty good hand here with ace-king. 7-9 queen. And John flops top pair. And he looks like he has bet out immediately with the king-queen. He has. And Mike has called in between. Paul has called. And we are 3 ways here to the turn. The turn is a 10, and King Jack picks up a straight there in seat 9. John has bet 20. Mike has called, and now Paul's going to push here with the straight. He's going to. Looks like he's going to move all in. Looks like another $100, $110 to be precise.
100.
100 even.
3 guesses first, 2 don't count.
How much?
2 players, 100 is the bet.
And Mike asks him how much. He's got overcards and a gut shot straight draw. If he hit a jack, he would have the winning hand, but his overcards are really no good here.
Jack is coming.
How much?
100.
It's 100. And he's going to make the call, surely.
Put a jack.
John immediately mucked the hand over there in seat 6 with king-queen.
Put a jack up.
So he's going to need to spike a jack here on the river. Ooh, the river's a queen. And Paul's going to take it down with the nut straight.
That was gambling in its truest form.
And actually, that is not Paul. Excuse me. That is
You did need a jack.
Alex,
That's Alex.
who's moved over to seat 9.
I gotta play when I need a jack.
I knew you
We neglected to take the Paul graphic out, the Pigma, the Sigma Pi Epsilon. And seat 7 is a new player, Francois, another Frenchman.
I gave you 200.
Bert, did you address this question on 2+2 about the Omaha High-Low books?
I did.
You did. Okay.
Yes.
Did you at least mention Steve's site?
I have not, so go ahead. Play Winning Poker.
That's
Yeah.
my best friend, Steve Badger, my mentor. Has the site playwinningpoker.com, and he has Omaha strategy articles on there that have been very useful to most people that I know.
That's actually how I got a lot of my start. I find that the Ray Z book is a little bit light in information when it comes to Omaha. I like it for Stud High Low, but the Omaha information is it's just not detailed enough. I mean, he said play any ace deuce or any ace 3 suited. You know, I mean, it doesn't really get you down to the basics as much. It is a book for advanced players. Ooh, ace 10-10 here on the flop. Pages flop the full house from the small blind. The turn is a king.
$10.
And now, John has bet out with King Jack. Mike calls. He's got a gut shot. Let's see. And Paige is just going to call. She's just going to call
Queen.
with the full house. And the river is a 9. And now Paige bets. She bets $50. And she's not going to get a call. And this brings us back to another point that Dave often says. It's very difficult to play and slow play a hand like that out of position because if you're not going to put money in on the turn, you're just going to check call and then bet the river. Well, it's pretty obvious then what you have. And she made no money off that hand. Absolutely. She made the absolute minimum. It got checked on. She flopped the full house. It got checked around on the flop. She check called $10 on the turn, and then she bet the river and got no calls. The absolute minimum.
Now, betting the river, if another high card comes out there, if the queen, for example, comes out there, that's not so bad. But
yeah.
Eventually, those are going to be good.
I haven't read Mark Tenner's book, but I heard that was a good book. Have you read that?
I have not.
Omaha High Low?
No.
Check in the dark. Look at that. Look at that.
9-5-6 here on the flop.
That's 25.
Pot was limped around. Francois is going to bet $25 out of seat 7 with 9-10. He's got top pair. Mike is going to call with ace-3 of spades, a backdoor spade draw. And look at Dave. He's got bottom 2 pair here. He's got 5-6. And he's going to raise it up. He makes it 45 more to go. Francois is still in the hand. Now he mucks, and Mike mucks. Oh, Mike calls. Mike calls the raise with ace-3. I can't assume anything. And now he's picked up a draw. Deuce comes on the turn.
Mike's lost some of his wall over there. I was on my short break.
And Dave's going to push for 120 here. Yeah, Mike had like 1,300. He's back down to 800. We told you that he was going to be a roller coaster ride for him tonight.
You know what that means? Doing better? That means you're an excellent player.
And he would have to catch a 4 here.
Big call, you're hoping for a 4 or an ace.
That's why I bet.
He thinks his ace is good too, but it's not. He would need to catch the ace. He would need to catch a 4. And the rabbit cam actually shows an ace, so good thing he mucked there. He might have gotten more involved with the hand.
I know Tim
If there wasn't cameras right on
that doesn't even pay for a car wash. I know that, but you know, it's all I can spare.
Well, for $14.95, you can subscribe to the archives and see
How much doesn't pay for car wash?
Subscribe to all the porn channels.
Whalecock on 2+2 says, Bart, have you ever played at a table where you had 2 players with oxygen tanks? And yes, I have.
You have?
I'm not kidding you.
raise to 30.
This is a sick
normally-
business, I'm telling you.
Normally it's only 1 oxygen tank, but
They don't have a 1 oxygen tank limit.
a raise there by Imagine there in seat 2 with King Queen of clubs. And Raman's going to call with ace-9 of diamonds, and the mic cam shows the King-3 offsuit. And it was a $30 raise.
Excuse me, did you see the raise?
No, I did not.
Are you nuts?
Imagine says, are you nuts?
How much?
Oh, wait a minute. Mike has re-raised. He's re-raised. He's re-raised 35 more. It was a $30 raise, and Mike made it 65 to go, I guess, with King-3 offsuit.
Put you all in.
And Rahman calls.
No, you're not.
And we're going to see a flop. Queen, 9, 10.
What did you think?
And Majid's got top pair here with King, Queen.
He's probably going to call.
And he's going to push all in here, it looks like.
4,
That's enough.
5.
About 500 and change there, Shirley.
$510.
And it looks like he dropped his lollipop out of his mouth.
Did I win?
Can you rabbit hunt that for the camera?
I sure will. You bought them.
Did I win?
And he's won, and he shows the hand.
Did I
So
win?
we see a 3 would have been the turn.
But again,
Three
Shirley,
out-
we
three
talk about,
diamonds.
and he's betting $500 into a $200 pot. He's only going to get called by a hand that's, and this has happened to him twice where he's bet that amount and he's got called by better hands and he's lost.
No, he's not going to call. Excuse me. One more. Ah, good catch. She's a baseball player.
So let's get those chips in front of me, please. Cards on the window. Thank you.
I call. Yes.
Couple of limpers.
I called already. No, I put money in.
No, this is his
That's
money.
mine. Oh.
Throw the money from there. Get your card number, please. Francisco?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
First
Man, we're going to
one
see a
already
family
wins.
pot here.
That's no limit, right?
7 players.
7-way action, king 4 deuce, couple of spades.
Usually I have a 4 deuce in my hand.
Thank you, sir.
I'll bet 25.
Majid
$25.
is going to bet here with second pair, $25, it looks like, with ace 4.
Watch this.
Now, Bobby in seat 1, he's got a weak king.
But he doesn't go all in when I go all in.
I don't know how Mike can make this call with queen 10, with the red queen 10, but he does. Oh, and Bobby's going to make the call. And excuse me, I guess it...
Bobby's the one that bet.
Oh, okay, Bobby is the one that bet. I thought Majid led with the ace 4. So Bobby continues to bet here.
$55.
Turn is the jack of clubs. And that gives Mike an open-ended straight draw now.
Waiting. That's what I'm doing. Waiting. Every hand. For something.
I mean, he doesn't need donation. But if I do, yeah, if you hit actually,
And Mike throws the call in. And he could catch an ace or a 9 here.
please,
What do you want? There it
oh,
is.
nice hit.
And the river's a 3.
King.
And it gets checked down.
You bet you win. I'm telling you. You bet. I got 3 twos.
No. Send it. You bet I call.
Yeah, right. You put 200. You put 200 in, you must.
He knows. He knows.
I had open ended. I'm gonna call. Even though I've given 600 back in the last 10.
I know you're not gonna call on the river. That's why I just call it. Is it on me?
Bet 200 on the river. Really? What if you check and I bet all in?
How could you check first? So.
What if I go all in though?
Ah, that's gonna be a tough one. I might muck. Hey, did I raise?
Yes.
I did.
You made 25. You raised 25.
Excuse me. Who made 25?
Last thing.
Oh, last time.
I got lucky for a while. Last time you made 25 and you called with King Deuce?
Could you call service, please?
Sir, are you okay?
Service.
So basically, I lost a lot.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, you won a lot.
Yeah, but I gave it all back.
Okay, we have a limped pot here.
7 players.
7 players.
Okay.
Majid clubs.
$50.
Top and bottom pair. And it's betting $50.
Oh, shoot, sorry.
So you want to call 50?
Yeah, and that's it. Did anybody call?
Not yet, player.
Oh my God, Mike, get out of here.
Mike,
What are you doing calling, Mike?
what are you doing?
There you go.
Mike's calling with
What are
the
you
second
gonna do
pair
when I
there.
call in?
Pair of jacks.
Not too much.
Cocktail waitresses need to cut him off.
And the tie tips.
Well, although he's been playing like this before the last 3 drinks.
Mike, what are you doing calling?
I'm an asshole.
There are 2 players.
So just 2 players.
I'm all
Yes.
in. I'm all in.
Really?
Yes, really.
Imagine moves all in sloppily. He just shoves his chips in there.
You guys, you really need to be careful
You're
with
lucky
what
I
you're
have a
saying.
jack 8.
Jack 3 is
You're
not
saying
good
you
enough.
want
Look
to
at
call
this.
all the time. I can hold you guys to that all the time.
King 4, nice hand.
He shows.
Hey, I just want to say you have a great poker face.
Thank you, sir.
Great poker face.
We see those dollars flying to Donna. She's liking when Majid wins a pot.
Is that a good poker face?
Yeah, it is.
I had no idea.
You're
that
big
you
blind.
Larry, you want the big blind, sir? Come on over here and get it in there.
I'll take it out.
You know, I forgot what my kicker was. It was a 3.
C3, it's up to you.
I had a set. What do you got? King 4. Never played these cards. Never. King 7? King Queen. You going all in again, homeboy? I know you love to go all in.
Do you want me to go all in?
Sir, you have an option.
Go all in. Do it.
No,
And stay home.
It's been limped. I don't even know if he can see his cards. His cards are buried under those chips.
5 players.
He does have pocket 6s there, Majid in seat 2.
I check.
Flop with King 9-8.
Check you, sir. $15.
Seat 8 betting $15. That's Mike. He has the open end straight draw.
Oh, you're mucking, huh?
Alex calls fair with pair of nines, 10 kicker. There's just 2 players here.
God dang.
Mike has the best hand now, and
Look at all those spades.
he does have the best spades here too. He's betting $50.
There's more coming, my friend.
You might get this bet from Alex. He is. He's getting a call.
Show. Straight.
Had too much.
He has 1 up on him.
Flush. Got a 10. Got a 10 of spade. Show 'em ball.
Nine hand.
Mike puts a little bit more
You said-
chips back
you said
into
you
his
had 10. So he turned over his
pot.
phone.
That was dwindling.
I did.
Hey, tip him anyway.
Thanks.
Tip him anyway.
Not messing with me.
I wasn't.
You don't have a caller if you weren't talking about
You were kind of messing with me.
I wasn't. No, you said you had a straight, and then he thought he had a winner. I don't know. You guys need to impose your style upon them.
Well, it's always nice to see Mike take down a pot.
Mm-hmm.
Good for the game, as they say.
John told me not to hit the belt.
Because there's one right
If
there.
you dare to raise, I'm gonna go all in.
Players up.
She lacks any interest in this game.
Pot has been folded around to Mike. Action's on him, and I would imagine he's going to come into the pot. He's got Jack 3 suited. He's going to limp.
I gave most of my money back.
bad beats.
I'm a bad poker player.
Got 5 players.
And we got 5-way action here, limped around.
I like that queen 5 that you
Gut
called.
shots on the river. Hey, man, what if I would have
Give
hit?
the chip lady
Yeah.
20.
I wanted
Actually,
to go home tomorrow.
4-way action. Ace 3-7 on the flop.
Check.
You like me, huh? You keep on putting your hand on
Mike has a pair.
Okay, you gotta watch out.
You'd expect a bet here from him. He has bottom pair. He likes to bet bottom pair. He's grabbing chips.
That's straight. Unless I'm tough, so you don't want to take me out of the parking lot.
And
His
he's gonna
bottom
bet.
pair is good.
It is. He bets 25,
Bet 25.
and I don't think anyone's going to call. And he's going to take it down.
I look at my backyard.
No call.
Backyard, any place is really fine, actually. But I like it. Come on, what's not?
Thank you, bud.
Do you have to make the river and
448.
Yes.
really? What? A good hand.
Because there's people who subscribe and want to see the river in return.
That main event for that World Series of online poker, or whatever they call it, $2,500 no limit. What are they expecting, like 5,000 people or something for that?
I don't know.
Something like that.
I haven't been playing as many tournaments as I normally do on
Yeah.
there. I've been so busy that I haven't been able to play. I'm considering playing tomorrow in the limit, but even then I don't know.
You look like a dirty rat bastard. I know you're going in.
I know I'm playing the Omaha for sure.
I'm just teaching the players out there.
It's an interesting logistic about online tournaments, and I'll get to this after the hand. If you have other things going on in your life,
There's 4 players.
you've got 4-way action here.
I have no money.
I'm still waiting.
Limped
for the
around,
best
Ace
guy.
3 deuce.
I check. Pair deuces.
David's got top pair there in seat 3.
20.
Bobby just puts a bluff out there with Queen 10. And David's going to check call here. Looks like an early position with the weak ace.
Down to C4.
He's folding. Look at his face.
Deuce 4's got bottom pair and a gut shot.
Thinking this one.
Raman's thinking.
For the internet. You're such a big faker. You know you're not calling.
Okay.
Yeah, duh.
And he's going to muck it. And again, Bobby's just making a position bet there. And I'd assume he's probably going to shut down. Look at this. A 4 comes on the turn. And it goes check, check. And the river's a jack. And this still might go check, check.
Can I keep this hat?
And the ace is good.
Oh, that's my lucky hat.
What I was going to say about online poker tournaments that you need to allot for, especially if you go deep, like say 8 to 10 hours. Now, obviously, if you go and play in a tournament in a casino, you're away from everything. You go and
Small blind. Big blind.
you're at the casino. Well, you're at home playing online. You know, people might think, well, you're home, you can do something else, or somebody might come in and bother you. Like you said, you have kids, or something else might happen where people don't quite understand that you're committed to doing something here on your computer for a period of 8 hours.
Where's that shrimp?
And I think sometimes that it can, you can get into problems with that. Whereas physically, like I said, in the live tournament, you're away.
You're
away. You know, obviously that in live cash games on the internet, you just get up and sit out.
You
It's
sit
not a
out.
big deal. Queen 7-6 here on the flop. Pot was limped around again.
That's Paige hits it pretty hard, and she's going to come out betting.
Yeah, top 2.
Two players, sir. Good luck. $25.
And
Two prayers?
I don't think she's going to get called by anyone here. Nope.
Nice hand.
Now that might be the type of hand, if I was Paige, that I would check raise someone with. It seems like if you check to Mike, he's just going to bet whatever. You know, when people haven't seen you play many pots, everyone just tends to get a little scared away.
I didn't take it from you.
Ryan saw everything.
He did take it.
He's very upset with you.
Ryan is big blind.
How dare?
30. He said 30.
Is that a raise or a saddle?
It is a raise.
No raise.
Does it matter? Oh, yeah. It doesn't matter.
Me, it does.
$10. $10.
Do you?
Because then I know you can't raise.
Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why.
I just told you.
Mike raised here to $10 with 4-6 suited, and 6 people called. So we have a $70 pot. And Mike's picked up a flush draw here. King, Jack, 7, couple of spades. Mike's going to bet
I'm all out.
50.
I don't care. You call.
I'm all out.
David's got an open-ended straight draw over in seat 3. He's going to make the call.
Oh!
And there it is. The turn's an ace. He's picked up the straight. He's got the nut straight.
Diamond draw.
150.
And he's going to bet 150. I believe Mike checked to him on the turn. And he bets 150.
Call.
And Mike's going to call. He's going to call with the flush draw. Wow. Pot is about $500 now.
Oh!
And the river is a 10.
Hey,
It's a
queen
third
is
diamond.
150.
And David bets again. And Mike is going to muck it. And David takes it down.
If I hit that spade, do I beat you? I cannot beat you. You have killed me all night.
Hey, my friend, you want some
Small
shrimp?
one. Big
I'm
one,
alright,
sir.
man.
Please.
Big one.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
I'm big lunch? I am too much. I'm big lunch?
No.
$1,500.
Hey, would you like some?
Nobody else is
Yes.
at this table.
So Whalecock on 2+2 says, and you were away when we were having this discussion, that
You straddled the hand.
he said, I've seen a player so old, he brought his nurse, his caretaker, to the poker room. The nurse pushed his bets in and stacked his chips on the table. The guy had to be at least 100.
He is.
Okay,
Because,
Donna.
yeah, because I took my $3.
I was telling people how in high-low games, I'm usually 30 to 40 years younger than the next
Youngest person on the
yeah,
table.
and
yeah.
we've seen people keel over at stud high-low tables here, you know, and oxygen tanks and stuff
Well,
like that.
yeah,
He's already got them over.
when I first started in this business, I remember that,
Glad you called.
I was cocktailing and a person had dropped over, of a heart attack. And it took about a whole 30 seconds for the play to resume. Just basically kind of moved the table a little to the side, and the play continued. And I walked back into the bar and just cried. I just couldn't believe what a sick, environment, and now I'm used to it.
And now you're just
Now,
kind of
yeah.
immune to it. Yeah. Not saying that it would have been any different now, but
Yeah, players are all seat open. Yeah, send us a live one.
Did they call?
So that 5 goes in the pot.
it's like a bet here by Magid, and a couple people call. John and Mike. Turns an ace, and Mike's made aces up. And Mike
He's
checks
going
it.
to check.
He checks it.
$50.
50.
And Magid bets, so you'd imagine that Mike is going to check raise here.
Or you would hope he would.
I've got
Come on, Mike, put the money in the pot. He's just going to
He's
call,
calling.
Shirley. This is what I say. I'm going to go out and wring his neck.
2 of you.
Why? Why call? Why not put money in the pot? River's a queen.
Maybe he'll check move in here.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're not guaranteed that Magid's going to bet here.
Show it.
And he gets checked down. Mike checks the river, and Magid checks behind him.
Ace got
Oh, wow. I just don't get it.
I didn't bet enough on the front.
I don't understand
Oh,
why.
thanks.
I just don't understand why
You can buy my,
in this
all my
in poker
You're buying all the
why beginners gravitate to slow playing hands when they have the best hand, and to put money in when they have the worst hand. And we see it time and time again here on the show.
Man, I played a lot of games
And it just drives me nuts.
the last 5 rounds.
And David, who had taken a beat earlier on, you know, with his aces, he's right back in the game. He has about $700 in front of him.
Yeah.
Maybe 8.
Well, you hit your 10. You hit your 10.
Oh, that was
For your monster.
That was.
I wouldn't have seen that.
Percent. You don't like it? I'll play with I would like to call $5. What's your name?
Ralphie.
Ralphie?
Ralphie.
Ralphie. Yes. Okay. That's going to be hard for me to read.
Ravi. Look at that. Yes.
Limp, 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 limp. Now, this is the type of game where you talk about ace rag suited. This might be the type of game where you could limp in from early position because the game is so passive, so loose. There's not a lot of pre-flop reasoning. Queen 9-8. Seat 7 has bet here. I believe, yeah, he's got Jack 10. He's got the straight, and he bets at Francois immediately. And Mike calls him with ace 9.
I'm lucky.
Couple of spades on board. Francois's got the straight. Bobby calls with Queen Jack. He's got a gut shot in top pair over in seat 1.
30. That's 30 call.
And John's going to muck. So we got three-way action here. Francois in seat 7 has the nut straight. 7 on the turn. And he's going to continue to lead. He's going to bet 85.
Only 85. We know you have a queen. Only 85.
I'm on my feet.
Oh my goodness.
And if Mike calls here, he is drawing dead. And he does call. Totally dead.
Do so hard. Do so hard. Deal it. Let me tip you.
I think you want the ace, Francois. You don't know it, but you want the ace of hearts.
Well, the river's a 5. And he moves all in, and Mike's going to fold. And he shows the Jack 10.
You didn't really hide that fast.
Really?
Francois takes down a nice pot
We
there.
knew you had the Jack 10.
Oh, really?
Thank you. Well, when you're begging.
And look at Mike's stack. Back down to 400. He was up to 1,300, remember. Loss of 900 here in the last hour.
Very, very, very.
It's a hard game. Like, everybody knows how to play. Yeah.
Bobby.
I had Queen Jack. I know. I had Queen Jack. I had outs. That's why I'm calling.
Of course, someone's correcting me. Excuse me. The guarantee there on that tournament is 2.5 million for the 2,500. So you get about 1,250 people. Yeah, 5,000 is a lot. That'd be about a $10 million.
It's 15 minutes tonight.
$10 million
Don't make it expensive.
prize pool. $12.5 million. We get a raise to $25 here by David with ace jack, and Mike's going to call with 7-9 off suit. And we're going to see a flop.
You have 9.
And Mike's out flopped the ace jack, 7-4-4, a couple of diamonds.
40.
Bet 40.
And David's going to continue with the betting lead. He bets 40.
What I got here?
And Mike check calls. The turn is a 7. He checks again.
I hate when people do that.
And look at this. David's going to bet 75, and Mike re-raises all in here with the full house.
Oh! F language. F language. Alert, alert. F language. Victim, victim.
Look at that. Look how he shoved the money in.
In Bicycle Club, we don't use that kind of language.
How much is it called?
100. There's a whole lot of shit.
200 more.
It's 200 more, and David thinking about calling because of his ace, but again, I think you might want to pick your spots better because probably at best it's going to be a chop.
We have some pressure. Pressure, pressure.
And if he makes this call, he is drawing dead. It's about 300 more.
300 even. Yes.
And David's played pretty well so far tonight.
Yes, he has.
I mean, this would be a shame if he blows some of his chips here. He's going to muck it. That's a great lay down.
Bluff. Every hand, man. Why didn't you call?
And you're going to see the cards anyways,
I know.
right?
Definitely don't have to pay to see him with Mike.
Right.
Hey, I'm good, man. You don't even call when I got a winner. Well, you raise too much. Just call him and bet the river. He knows I'm a joker, so I figured he'd call.
River was a 10 of hearts. Didn't change anything.
Best like $100 every hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's betting, so you gotta put him on nice fucking yeah, or what? Call?
Now, another way that Mike could have played that, and it's a little advanced, is to actually bet the turn out.
Checked it. Really?
And you hope that the guy, obviously he has at least an ace, and if he had an overpair, I mean, the only thing that would hurt would be if he had only something like king, queen, king, jack, or not a pair above the board, and not an ace. But that's going to be pretty rare. He could have bet the turn, a small bet, and see what see what David would have done.
Mm-hmm.
David might have raised. You never know. It's almost like, putting out what looks like a feeler bet,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe someone would interpret that as weakness and might raise you.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, he checked
I
and he
don't
actually
know.
got David
I don't
to
know
bet.
if I agree. I mean, I agree that that's a strategy that one could use, but I don't think it's one that Mike can use because Mike's been checking his hands.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been either calling or he'll push his chips in if he has a really huge hand, like there, the full house. But I mean, even when he has two pair, he hasn't been shoving his chips in there. Not a lot. He'll throw in those $20, $50 bets, but.
It's a $15 bet, and Mike has 6-4 offsuit. He's called the flop here with 6-4 offsuit. Majid and John both have the ace. The turn's a king. Suit 2 is going to continue to bet. He's going to bet 30. And John mucks the ace 10. Very, very tight in seat 6.
Here.
Not good enough.
Okay, call then.
I got 3.
Next time is I'm all in.
I swear to God, I hope I have 3.
What do I show you? Ace.
He doesn't even know what he has. He goes, I hope I have 3 8s.
And he's going to muck.
Now, the one thing about Mike is that you were saying if you throw in a small bet, which he has been doing, but he's only been throwing the small bets in on the flop. Don't you agree? That all his bets the small bets that he's made have been on the flop. So if he threw it in on the turn, even if it was a small bet, it would look kind of fishy.
Hey, I've got my angel right there.
You take a big blind set?
Go ahead.
Why are we making enemies?
$10?
No.
One more.
Again, we are here live at the bike, unscripted, unedited, unrehearsed. We're doing a $200 maximum buy-in restricted no-limit game. Blinds for this game are 3 and 5. The yellow chips are $5 chips, and the blue chips are $1 chips. And we're heads up here. Jack 9 of diamonds against Ace 9, and Mike has the best hand. And he bets the ace, and he's going to take it down. If you want to watch this show or any of the other save shows over the last 8 months, has it been 8 months?
Has it been?
Yeah, just about. Over 1,200 hours of live poker. You can sign up for the archives by clicking on the on-demand banner on the upper left-hand portion of the screen now at the Live at the Bike website. Or if you're at thebike.com, I believe it's still... Or everyone gets redirected to Live at the Bike now, right? So it's up upper left-hand corner. And it's right. I think it's right below your banner, Shirley.
Well, my banner used to be on the right. They
Right.
change it?
They changed
might
it.
have changed it.
Yep. And $14.95 gets you all the saved action, including 3 episodes of Barry Greenstein commentary, 1 full episode of Greg Raymer commentating from March, and a bunch of very, very exciting shows.
All in, boy?
Check.
I'm not a boy.
Check.
Pot was limped around, and the flop gets
I'm
checked
not a
around.
boy.
7 of spades on the turn. Doesn't look like anyone has a pair.
50.
And Mike is going to bet with a straight draw.
You're up, Knox.
That's it? You're obnoxious, homeboy. You took all my money.
And he's going to take
Look
it
at
down.
this hand. I had a 5-2.
And he shows the I guess the semi bluff there.
They have a straight. They have a straight.
Oh, he's a 4. He's the 4 or the 4. 4 is coming though. No doubt. Which one? No doubt, right? No, I thought 4. Was it coming? But one more.
I had a jack 4. But you want?
Stay big blind.
Bart, can you tell me what Jive is talking about when he says, what did Barry tell you about not understanding why?
Well, Barry was talking about how if you say, I don't understand why that guy did that, you know, he likes to try to figure out why the guy did that. And what he is saying in the case of Mike would be, Mike just thinks it's correct to slow play good hands and, you know, call with hands that might be questionable.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he thinks is correct. Now, I mean, this is a show. I mean, again, responding to Jive, this is a show. It's a lot of poker. It's also entertainment. You know, I'm trying to keep this thing live. It's 4 hours of live play.
Right.
I mean, cut us a little bit of slack here.
Oh, he's ragging on you there. I thought he was just asking you a question.
No, he was just saying that.
Of course he was ragging on you.
Barry was talking about. He tries to stay away from saying in commentary, I don't understand why. Because what probably is the case is that Mike thinks it's actually the correct way to play those hands. So when I say I don't understand why, it is a bit rhetorical, and that's what Barry said he sometimes tries to avoid, because when he asks it, he's actually trying to understand why. But I'm
I mean,
saying,
it's just a phrase.
Yeah, exactly. You know?
I ask myself sometimes, why did I do that? You know,
Like I said,
and
cut
I
us a
might be
little
sitting
slack.
there figuring it, but I'm still asking the question.
Yeah.
We think pretty couple.
Where are my cards?
And Mike bet here on a 5.
Like I'm asking myself right now, why am I paying attention to Josh?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yay.
Yes, I call.
Don't yell at me.
Yeah, the straight draw, and you already got the stop there.
Small blind big.
That's just kind of
Damn.
Yeah, the
I don't
way
listen.
you don't know
A husband that doesn't listen is garbage.
You
I've
never
already
know.
been married twice anyway. I'm already a loser. I'm a 2-time loser already.
The button is over on seat 3, David.
They have. We might have big hand or little hand. Wait for a big hand and just play when you have a big hand.
And Mike is in early position. And he's got 10-5 offsuit, and he's going to limp in.
Okay. My player.
And we're going to see 5-way action limped around. Again, we have not seen a lot of pre-flop raising in this game.
Hey, you're out of
King,
control.
10, queen.
You're out of control.
C2's got top pair.
Bet 50.
And Mike's going to bet on bottom pair here. He bets $50 out of seat 8.
Go ahead, you wimp. We have not battled
Hey,
one-on-one.
excuse me, what did you call
I'm
me?
not gonna hurt.
And Majid, I believe, in seat 2.
Did you call me a win?
Someone's folded out a turn. Is he called here? I don't see any chips in front of him.
Time, please.
Okay, he's asking for time.
So foldy.
Okay, straight now.
Mike called him a wimp.
Well, I don't think he called him a wimp. I think he said that he called the girl a wimp because.
Go all in. No matter. It means nothing.
You know, there's still action behind
Oh,
it.
I'm
Well,
so
Mike
sorry.
claimed that he was calling the girl a wimp, from what I heard.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
He
going to
said
muck
we
top
haven't
pair.
gone head to head.
Same hand twice. 5.
And he shows the 5.
You know you gotta beat it.
Oh, boy. We're getting a little belligerent at the table now.
Chicken.
Hey, we're playing poker.
Chicken.
We're not gambling, we just play poker.
I love it with those hands. Okay, we're gonna come back, buddy. Francois. Frankie. It is Frankie.
Look, if I
Fight Club Poker here tonight at Live at the Bike.
man, it's a bulldog.
Francois, you're a
It's better for the ladies.
What I have last hand? Tell me what I have last hand. 10-5? Hey, don't call us 10-5.
Mike is limped in here with 10-5 offsuit again, Shirley. Got the same hand.
Where'd you go? Really? I won 5,000 hands, and then I
How
get...
come you didn't have any of my strings?
And John is raised out of the blind, and he's played ultra tight tonight. He's got pocket jacks. Makes it 20 more to go. Francois is going to call it the suited connector, 9-10 of diamonds in seat 7. Mike's in there with the 5-10 offsuit.
For sure. Because he was getting that 50. Just call.
Page Mux. Seat 4 Mux.
Now, I'm not thrilled. It's not something I normally do, is raise with jacks out of position in the small blind. I like to see small flops, cheap flops, and
Ace 7-10 here on the flop, and Jacks is checked from early position. Francois has checked, and it looks like Mike has... Francois bet 40 and Mike called. The turn is at 9. And Francois has made 2 pair now. And he's going to bet 75.
Mike's drawn real slim here. He's drawn for an ace to chop.
And he's going to make the call.
He's Russian.
Wow.
Don't trust him.
And you're right. He's going to need to spike an ace to chop. But I think they're going to check it down on the river. Well, 7 comes, and 10s and 9s are going to be good here. As Mike plays 10s and 7s.
Can I have a bucket? Can I have my bucket? Yes.
Only if he has ace. Ace. Bye bye, love.
Any F word.
I think Mike's been throwing some F-bombs on the table.
Fire truck.
Here's the F word. Fire truck. That's pretty funny.
Well, Mike has limped in here again.
Actually, if you show your hand with chop chop.
He's still having fun. I would be so pissed right now. I wouldn't be playing like him, but if I had 1,300 and I'm down to 400, I wouldn't be too happy.
5-way action here again, limped around. Queen 9-6, so Mike has second pair. Let's see if he fires out. Page has top pair in seat 5.
Hey, you're on camera.
And actually, Page is not in the hand, so that's not going to play.
Donna's standing guard over Mike to make sure he doesn't say fire truck anymore. She's going to smack him in the head.
You make 100.
Hey, yeah, it's made to 100.
It looks like Mike has bet.
Mike bet out, seat 1 raised to
And
100.
seat 1 has raised. Yeah, seat 1's got 2 pair. So Mike bet 50, and Bobby made it 100 to go.
I'm calling. I know I have a pair, but I didn't look at my other card.
And Mike says he knows he has a pair, but he hasn't looked at the other card. He would have to catch a 7 here. Or the queen would have to pair.
For diamond. Yeah, he needs some help.
I don't want to see it.
So Bobby's in good shape here. Turns a queen. And there you go, the counterfeit, and Mike picks up a diamond draw. And they both check the turn. And the river is a king. And it's actually going to get
be a
chopped.
chopped pot now.
Chop it up. 9s and queens with a king kicker.
You win. You win.
Chop it.
Chop it up.
I think he found a new buddy. He likes seat 7, Francois.
I think we have a new favorite here at Live at the Bike, and this guy's going to go down in the annals of our
In the
archives.
What's an annal? What's an annal?
It's kind of like the, how would you explain it, Isaac? Yeah, the archive of the archives.
Bad throw. It hit his hands.
Seat 4 is going to limp in here with a suited ace. Oh, Mike is taking a little break here.
Is that a mandatory break given by Donna?
It
is.
Alex is in the blind here with Queen Deuce, and he picks up top pair. He bets right out, and he's going to take it down.
Throw your hand away. Next case. Hey, Russian, throw your hand away.
I know what you want to do, man. Come on. It's not worth it, Russian.
He is.
I'm not Russian.
He is. He's Armenian Russian.
I'm not Armenian.
Нет, давай хорошо брат паразит.
You see me talking to oh man, this is international, right? Everybody's listening to what I'm saying. أي رفيق واحد حيوان.
Watch the language.
Yeah.
English only.
For a lot of people that aren't familiar with the Southern California area, I mean, we've got a very, very diverse culture. And one of the biggest ethnic groups in the area are the Armenians. And I think they're speaking some Armenian there.
Monster on the button. When you have the button, this is a monster.
Limp, limp, limp again here. Not a lot of pre-flop raising.
89% of time. Just remember.
King 7-4 rainbow. Bobby's got top pair there in seat 1. And he's going to bet.
You can outdraw on the good hand.
Gone. It's all gone. You can't even call. See?
And he's going to take it down.
89% of the time.
I can't call Bobby.
Good enough.
We know I got it.
Even if
The
he
whole
doesn't
dynamics
have
of the game have changed when Mike takes a bathroom break, huh?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
it. His shoe is size 11. That's what I'm afraid of. Anybody has a light?
I'm sure they do in the gift shop.
No, it's a front desk they have it.
Yes, but we will light
Oh,
it
right
here.
here.
Hey, I'll give you $50 if I
Oh,
can
Mike's
smoke
going to come back here.
at the table. Can I give everybody $10 to smoke?
And I think he has to
at the table?
post because he missed the blind, didn't he?
I don't know if he did.
Yeah, I think he did. So he's
There
going
you
to
go.
post. And it's actually $8 for him.
What if I type?
So he's posting dead.
Only when you have to.
Queen 3 offsuit for him.
I'm all out. You can check.
And once again, we're going to see a family pot limped around.
No, man, let him smoke his card.
5-way action, 6-way action.
Smoke blind specialist. Goes everybody.
Oh my God, that's what.
5-way.
Go, go. I have a pair.
Bet 25.
And Mike is going to bet. It gets checked to him. David's checked the ace-jack from up front.
I like that from him.
And Alex calls with a big draw, a flush draw and a gut shot. And let's see if David throws a check raise in here with the ace-jack.
Oh, he's just calling.
No, he's just going to call. Wow.
Well, he maybe doesn't want to get too committed in case a
That's
straight
a
card or a flush card come out there.
$100 pot here.
Deuce of spades.
Turns to deuce of spades. And Mike continues to bet with nothing. $50.
Okay, so he does bet on the turn with nothing.
And Alex calls.
When you're on camera.
And at this point, you got to put somebody on a draw. I can't believe David's playing this so passively with the ace-jack. I mean, that seems like a pretty harmless card on the turn. What are you worried about here? Why not bet or throw a check raise in there? And the river's at 10, and queen 9 gets there with the gut shot.
You got your thing.
And Mike bets again. He bets 50 again. And it's a one-liner to a straight, but look at Alex. He's got the nut. He's got queen 9. So he can really punish someone that has a 9 here. Now no one has a 9.
I like that call.
He's going to call.
I like that. Because you know that Mike wasn't going to
Yeah.
call a raise, and so you just flat call hoping that
David would call.
That David would call, and David
Yeah.
got away from it. He
Yeah.
just wanted to play a cheap flop. Cheap pot, I guess.
David lost that hand. I mean, the flop comes jack, 7-8 jack, a couple of clubs. You check in early position. Now Mike bets. You've got a call in between. Why not check raise there? Then when you don't check raise, a blank, a harmless blank comes on the turn. Why not bet there or check raise there?
Right.
I mean, checking and calling, what are you worried about? He played it a little he played it really passive.
He's done okay for the night, though. You know, we can't come down too hard on him. I don't know what he was. He just didn't want to get involved, I guess. I mean, he had only played, limped for $5 before then, but I really do think, agree with you. He could have won that pot had he been more aggressive.
Mike has made it 40 to go. He's got king-queen. And seat 2 has cold called in the small blind with ace-king. And if we see a king here, we might see all of Mike's chips here. Ace-king against king-queen. These two have a history. 9-4-6.
How many players?
And I gotta think that Majid is he's just trying to trap here, surely. And he checks from up front, and it goes check, check. And the turn's the queen, and Mike has spiked top pair. And he checks it again. And the river's a deuce, and now he moves all in on the river. Mike now moves all
What
in.
do you have? King?
And Majid asks him, what do you have?
Who moved all in? Mike moved all
Well,
in.
Mike moved
Oh,
all in on
okay.
the river. And he's going to muck the ace-king.
Why are you putting the sunglasses on?
I gotta get serious.
And again, I think that seat 2 is probably trying to play it as a trap hand. So, you know, you could have re-raised there with the ace-king pre-flop. I mean, at that point, you got to think your hand was good
Right.
against Mike. But
I hate gambling.
played it passively, and once again,
Excuse me.
What?
Can I see you after?
Mike drew out.
You gotta talk to him first.
Mike is limped with the jack-9 of hearts. Seat 9 comes in with queen-jack offsuit. Pocket aces in the small blind for David in seat 3.
What happened to you?
Seat 2 limps in on the button with king-9, and now David raises with pocket aces. He makes it 45 to go. Let's see if Mike calls with the jack-9. Yep, he's going to call. Now, at this point, if David raises me out of the blind, I would instantly muck queen-jack, king-9. Those are garbage hands to this type of move.
Are you talking about all of the hands you would muck? I would call with 9-jack.
Oh, I said queen-jack and king-9. I would instantly muck.
Yes.
Yeah. Jack-9 suited. That works together. You might be able to win a big pot here.
Right.
Now Magic's actions on him with the king-9.
Time for
Yeah, you know.
He's going to muck
Done.
it.
It's not quite the instant muck that you would have done, but
The-
he did muck it.
So we're heads up, aces against jack-9 of hearts. Set of aces here for David. And David's going to check.
Wow.
And Mike checks right behind him. The turn is a 7.
Ooh.
David checks, and Mike
He's in
checks
trouble if
again.
a 10 comes.
Yep. Mike could get a 10 here and make a straight. And the river is a 6. And now it's a one-liner to
Now
a
it's-
straight. And now David bets with a set of aces. And Mike quickly folds. David trying to play a trapping game there.
Yeah. I don't mind trying to trap with Mike because he has been betting. He didn't bite this time, but he has been betting. But
Remember the sevens?
when the turn comes and now makes, you know, there's already a possible flush on the flop and then possible straight on the turn, I probably would have thrown a bet in.
Benchmark. I know. It's okay. 6. Just say okay.
No, I guess okay. How about you say if you
Не давай хорошо здрасте, положи газ пари. I'm not saying anything. It's not even English. It's not even a foreign language. Yes.
And we're going to see a pot limped around again.
Check. 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 Ay, ay, ay. It's winning.
8, 9, 10 here on the flop. And seat 4 is flopped to straight here. Jack 7. He's going to bet out.
Come on, I need to double up.
And John is called with the open-ended straight card. Straight draw.
Okay, you
Turn to
double.
10. And now Rahman is hoping that John might have a 10 here. And he bets again.
That's enough. They're running.
And remember how seat 4 has led out with good hands. And everyone folds. And Mike called there on the flop with deuce 5.
Very, very wonderful. If you were in India, you would be number 1 in New Delhi. In India, it's number 1.
Is that
In New Delhi, it's number 2.
is that a rose?
Yeah, it's a rose back there.
Whose is that?
No.
Uh-huh.
It's pages in seat 5 are getting word.
Sorry.
Don't know why it's over there in seat 3, but
Oops.
15.
15. That's all. You
Bobby's going to raise here with ace-10 suited. He makes it 15.
Monster.
Page is going to call. Ace-8 offsuit. And Mike had limped in with deuce-4 offsuit. He calls. And we've got three-way action here. Queen-5 deuce.
50.
Mike flopped
Has
the
the
best
best
hand.
Only 50.
And Bobby bets 50, and Mike calls with bottom pair. The turn's a jack.
100.
Bobby's going to bet 100, and Mike instantly calls again. He's going to have to dodge some
Oh,
cards
this
here on
is
the river.
hilarious.
He's going to need to dodge a king, an ace, or a 10. Maybe he has a read on Bobby. Let's see the river. River's an 8. He's dodged it. And they checks it down on the river, and the deuce is good.
You win.
He's all. Look at that. Now they're not high-fiving. Now they're hugging.
Hey, look at the stare down. My goodness.
What did he have? Hey, Mike, what did he have?
The best hand.
You had the best hand.
He won with that twice already today.
Oh, man. We're having some fun here at Live at the Bike tonight.
He only had 100 left.
Yeah, he's got 100 left.
And now it's different.
Mike's got ace-3 offsuit. He's going to limp in. Seat 1 limps in with 6-7 offsuit. Pocket 8s over there in seat 4. He limps in. Pocket 9s for Paige. She limps in. John's got king-jack, and he's on the short stack, and he's going to push all in. And John has actually lost a lot of money tonight. He had like 300 in the beginning of the show.
And he
hasn't
hasn't
won a
really
pot.
no, but he has folded.
Yeah,
Like, I
a
think
lot
he
of
had
time.
top pair with the
Very,
ace
very
jack one
passive,
time,
right.
and yeah, just kind of check folded his.
Now for Paige here, now you've got a couple of people. He's moved all in. You've got a couple of callers. She could really make a move over the top here with 9s. King Jack moved all in for short for about 50. Mike called. Ramen called with pocket 8s. I mean, she might want to get heads up with this guy with the 9s. There's a lot of dead money in there. Or she could play it like a set. But it's a $50 all in. I mean, what would you do in this spot?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to wonder. I mean,
Yeah.
you would think that the player in seat 6 has a pretty strong hand.
And look at this. She's gonna
Because
move
he's
over the
played
top.
tight, yeah.
She's gonna move over the top all in here, probably for it looks like 250. And I think that she's gonna get everybody out.
Yeah, I think so. And in this case, she's only going to lose, $44
Right.
tops. So,
But in
works
essence,
in
what
this
this does is it isolates John so that she can get heads up. Because
Right.
obviously 9s is not valuable in a 4-handed pot unless you
Right,
get your set.
right.
But now she's most likely, unless Ramen calls, I don't think he's going to call too.
no, he's been playing pretty tight too.
Yeah.
Oh, be careful, please.
It's okay.
Okay. Here you go.
So now it isolates. 9s against King Jack. So 9s is a slight favorite here. Oh, Jack 3. She's drawing live. She could catch a 9. Turns an ace.
I win.
9.
Ooh, and the river's a jack, and John makes quads.
Yeah, you win.
That's all.
Quads.
I had 6 aces.
Yes. You would have got the side pot. 4 jacks, that's all you
These are
have.
done.
What did you have?
I had ace 3.
Yeah, and Mike actually had ace 3.
Yeah.
Go to work. What are you doing at this place now?
On the front row?
Thank you.
You running a porn shop or what?
No. Yeah, Ace.
No ace on that boy.
I had to make mine.
Normally I would put that pot. No, he's drunk. He wasn't drunk.
I think Francois might be a dealer here at the bike. Is he a dealer? He's a blackjack dealer. Okay. Oh.
Unreal.
California game side.
That was my first hand of nights.
Run him, baby. Run.
Seat 4 limps in with ace 5 off suit. And we're going to see four-way action. Again, a limped pot.
Wow.
King 6-6. Francois got a king.
Oh, yeah.
You're out?
Pot gets checked around. Turns a king.
Oh, no.
See what I got here.
Francois, again, has the best hand.
You have straight draw.
10. 15.
And look at this. Mike is going to lead out with deuce 7 of clubs. And Rahman calls him with the ace 5. But look at this. Francois, he's going to check call a turn. Now he's going to bet the river probably, and he's not going to make any money. Well, the river's a 5. Oh, he checks it again. Look at this. And he induces a bluff by Mike. What do I know?
You bully.
Mike bets 50. Rahman's going to call in between with ace 5. And now Francois is going to check raise the river. Mike quickly folds. And it's 50 more. And he actually made $100 extra on the hand. But normally against sane people, they're not going to bet the river there. Unless on a total bluff. But he had a induced a bluff there by Mike. And he made an extra $100. But again, I just think that, slow playing out of position there, it's tough because you can't rely on someone that's going to. I mean, you have a king. A lot of people aren't even going to bet an 8 in that spot if you check the river. So you can't rely on that. Now, in that case, everything worked perfectly for Francois.
Hey, Russia, throw me a chip, just for luck.
No.
No, throw me one.
No.
I need one.
No. I'm going to use my luck away.
Hey, Russia, throw me a chip. Oh, man. Ooh, a couple of ace-queens. Mike has one of them. Ace-queen offsuit.
Hey, does anybody have light?
And he's going to...
Mike likes Francois.
Oh, $5. I'm checking my chips up.
$100 light.
Ace-jack 9 here. Mike's got the ace, and he bets, it looks like, right out.
Absolutely love it.
And I have a feeling that Rahman's probably going to commit himself on this hand. He's got the other ace-queen. He's going to raise.
Oh, you're not a coward.
$20 bet. He makes it 40.
These were the program.
And Mike calls.
One more heart.
The turn's a 6.
Mike's free rolling now.
35.
Yeah, Mike's...
Oh, he was free rolling the whole time.
And
But
she will.
Yep, he is free rolling. He's got the queen of clubs. Now, Rahman bets. I'd love to see Mike check raise here.
he is just calling.
He just calls, and the turn's a 9. And now he bets the river when the 9 comes on the river, and he gets called. And he turns it over, and it's going to be a chop pot. And again, the way that hand played out, I think that Mike thought he was slow playing the hand, because then he bets the river. Now, I mean, he's got a powerful hand there. He's got top pair in the second nut.
Flush draw
On the turn. That's powerful enough to make a move, either a lead out on the turn or a check raise on the turn.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
I gave him 200 bucks. He couldn't lay it down. I look, he only got $100. I know, he only got $100 left. If I bet 200, he goes all in. Tough table. Normal table, I won that one.
Isaac.
No doubt. But this guy... This guy's on camera. Man, bluffable.
What are you doing?
Sorry, I was just trying to give a little...
Francois?
Yeah.
And Mike?
No, I didn't say that. Oh, I just said
I'm going to raise it up.
twice.
20 total.
Seat 1 is raised here to 20. King, queen offsuit. Seat 3 calls with the ace-10 of hearts. Mike
calls.
is in there. And Alex is in there with 4-8. So, four-way action here. David's flop top pair. Mike has a straight draw. And Bobby's going to bet 50 with king queen. David calls with top pair.
What?
50.
And Mike's going to call, and he whispers to Francois something in his ear.
You want me to win, right? Yeah. All of them.
So we got three-way action here. The turn's a 6. Now Mike's picked a pair up.
So it is a 3, 4, or 6.
And it gets checked around, and the river is a 6. And now David bets. It got checked to David on the turn. He chose to check.
He moves all in. Mike
Yeah,
moves all in.
$65 bet there on the river by David, and Mike moves over the top all in. And oh boy. And he calls. He calls, and Mike is going to almost bust David. I think David has him covered a little bit. Oh, wow. Incredible. Francois counting his chips up.
Mike, you're buying all the drinks for a whole year.
Oh, shut up. I just gave back 1,000. I need a Francois to give you luck, that lucky bastard. I love him.
312.
Mike.
And I think we have a nominee. Jake in San Jose says, is this the strangest table in the history of Live at the Bike? It well
I
would be.
think, yeah.
And, it's bizarre.
This guy's innocent.
I mean, there's all kinds of different undertones going on at the table and different moves. And
Well, he called for the gut shots, and you slow play the turn.
I didn't slow play. I didn't know what he had. I didn't know what he had.
lots of cocktails going around.
The call, what the hell? What's the point? That's why I checked. I checked because he's gonna bet. I save money by checking.
So we got a new player there coming into seat 6 from the must-move table. Todd.
Come back time.
So because he was already playing, he's going to have more than $200 because anytime you have a must move, you
Yeah, it
can
looks like he's got
take
about
the chips you have.
5. He's got about
A little
500
more than
there.
500.
And you wonder how Todd will adjust to being on that side of the table.
Uh-huh.
Little bit touchy-feely for poker.
I'm
but
sure. Yeah. I'm sure that he's somewhere close enough to have seen what's kind of going on over here. I don't think he's going to be in for a total shock.
The omen. The omen.
You're talking about the play or the antics?
The omen.
What's that?
The play or the antics of the table you're talking about?
I'm talking about like not the play. I mean, he can't see the cards, but I mean, he can hear what's going on. He could see Francois and Mike high-fiving. And
Well, he's come in for a raise at the first hand. He's got pocket 8. Mike calls him with 4-6 of diamonds. Paige has got 4-6 of spades. And 10-3 deuce here on the flop.
Go ahead. Maggot smoker.
Time. Put it on the screen, please.
Yeah, C2 is in the hand. I thought he was. He's got ace-queen. Ace-queen. So there's four-way action here.
Let's go.
Freddie
Let's
Couples.
go, dealer.
Freddie Couples. Oh, you have no
Paige has got a straight draw. Mike has a straight draw. Let's see if Todd continues to bet. Pre-flop razor. Not a bad flop for pocket 8s. $80 pot. He bets 40. Mike instantly calls. Francois counts his chips out.
Time. Come on, dealer. Dealer.
Please.
And Paige calls. And Paige actually called out a turn. C2 still on the hand. He's thinking.
Put your money in. You coward. I know you want to go all in. You want to give all your
Oh, look at this. Mike calling C2 a coward again.
Do it. I fought the
Do it. Do it, he's saying.
he says, I'm all out again.
You big chicken motherfucker.
Oh, jeez. Three-way action.
Big chicken mother
The turn's
fire
a
truck.
deuce. And it gets checked around on the turn, and the river's a deuce. And Todd's got to think his hand's good now.
Don't do it, Attica.
He's going to bet 40.
He just called him
40 into a $200 pot.
I think you're kind of
Is that subject to, cheating? If I have 5 deuces, do I have to be kicked out of the casino?
Muck and a muck. Todd's going to take it down.
Good job, buddy.
Oh, boy. Yeah, it's spreading around. Didn't look like Todd reluctantly.
Todd just.
Oh.
Who did he do it with? Who
With
did he do it
with
Francois or Mike?
with Mike.
Gut shot all the way, and I got 2 free flops. Right, buddy? Okay, here we go. But don't call me when I'm ready. Okay, well, you don't have to call me when I'm betting. I don't want you to give me a bad beat.
Hey, don't make a deal with Russians. Don't make a deal with Russians, okay?
Again, and there's also ethnic undertones. You know,
Yeah.
like ethnic slurring going on. Russians against Armenians.
Coming.
Drinking.
But it's all in
It's just
fun.
all weird. Yeah, it's a little strange.
Nieta, my хорошо. Здрасте, положник оставить.
Here we go to the flop. 10-9 deuce. Pot was limped around.
That's not English.
It is in English.
I'm pretty sure that's not English.
With accent.
Good call, buddy.
Looks like Bobby
I
bet.
like that call. Why don't you go all in now? How long are you going to hold that cigarette in your mouth without lighting it?
Time.
Said we have a $10 bet there, and it's time on Madrid.
I think Mike bet,
Put
actually.
it in.
One of them bet $10.
Yeah.
Put it in. I got 3 nines.
Mike bet and the button called. Yeah.
It actually doesn't look like Mike bet. It looks like 7. It's Francois bet.
Oh, Francois might have bet with the ace deuce. Oh, no, it was Mike. Mike did bet. He did bet the flop. And here we go to the turn. The turn is an 8. And now Mike has picked up the best hand with king 8, and he bets.
50.
He bets 50. Bobby was calling with overcards and a gut shot,
Does anybody have a light?
and he
For the
calls.
100th time. That's a no.
I'll give you $20 just to light it.
Rahman's got ace jack. Actions on him. Looks like he's going to fold.
I'm going to kill this guy.
I'll light it, then I'll turn it off. $20.
Oh, wow. He's going to call with the ace jack. Well, he's got an open-ended straight draw now.
You guys are still going down, man. Going downtown.
3 players.
We've got three-way action. And the river is an ace, and Rahman makes top pair there at the end.
Have you seen the light?
Stare down, man.
I got nothing.
Big money poker. I'm going to check.
Queen high.
And it gets checked down, and Rahman's going to be good there with the ace jack.
8 is good.
And another 8. Just kidding.
8 is good.
River rat.
Look who's talking.
How dare you
6-3.
play like that? What did you have?
It's nice to see that Greg Raymer is still in the tournament tonight,
Jack.
in the online tournament
Hey, you
at
have a
Poker
white
Stars.
chip cleaner?
Last word we got was that he is in 23rd place with 60 players left.
Light, please.
I get you, Sheila?
Thank you.
No, I just got you one of those overcharged. No.
Big
No
blind.
luck.
Big blind.
We were having this discussion about how Raymer says he likes to play the high-low games on the Stars last night. Sometimes I see him in the stud high-low.
He was a really great champion, and
Hey, watch your language.
it was going to be hard for anyone to compare to Chris with me. I know that, a lot of people don't really care for the way he played or this or that, but Chris is actually a friend of mine and is probably one of the most down-to-earth people that I ever know. But the one thing about Chris was, he would go on a couple tournaments and stuff like that, but he still, he got married, had a baby, and he doesn't really hit the tournament circuit. Whereas Greg, he's just always out there, always promoting poker and stuff like that. He's wonderful.
How much?
25.
A $25 bet here by David in seat 3 with top pair, and Mike calls with king 4. King 4. So he needs to spike a king or a running straight, or 2 running 4s. It turns an ace, so he's got an out to a 5 now. It goes check, check on the turn.
4.
And the river is a 5, and he gets there, the running
Hey,
wheel.
That's the kind of cards you have. 4.
It's a third diamond.
They all in.
Yeah, he said
All
all.
in.
And Mike, I believe, has gone all in here.
He's still stacking his chips from...
Bye-bye.
A gross overbet.
Spike your cards, you coward. You want to show? Yes. You go with nothing.
And he's just gone around and called
And for-
almost every single one a coward.
Francois just showed his cards for him. Did you want to show these? Here, let me do that for you.
He's called everyone a coward at the table. I don't know how that's going over on the other side of the table.
Smoke it, right? It's a winning hand. I mean, what there not to like? He doesn't get a pleasure on those.
Skippy, you're losing over there.
High five there.
You're spilling.
High five.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people. I don't really care. I mean, if there's someone that's had a lot to drink and he's giving away money, I don't really care what he says. But a lot of people take exception to being called cowards. I'm surprised that.
I don't think that's so bad.
Oh, okay.
Coward's not bad.
It's probably one of the worst things that you can call certain types of people.
I don't know. I guess egomaniacs, maybe.
No, I think that if you call someone a
Well, I
a
can
coward,
think of a
some
different
people
C
think
word that
it's-
a girl would think is a lot
Well,
worse.
I mean, it's just two different things. I mean, I could think of a couple of F-bombs and other C words that you'd call somebody that they might not take as much offense if you call them those swear words as calling a coward. Calling them a coward. It's a bit personal.
Is that kind of like me calling people clowns? You think that's personal
No,
and offensive?
no, that's a little different. I don't think we've ever called anyone a coward on the show. I think that would be way out of line. Way out of line. And that's why
See,
I
I
said.
don't think it's that big of a deal.
Okay.
I think it's just maybe it's a gender thing. Like a man
Maybe
would
it
want to
is.
be
I
called.
think that's what it is.
Yeah, Isaac's nodding.
Yeah. Ace Jack 6 here on the flop. Mike is going to bet $25. David's got top pair there on the button. Bobby calls. Oh, did Bobby call there in seat 1? Oh, he would have spiked a set. Deuce comes on the turn. I think Bobby left. And Mike checked, and now David has bet. So Bobby mucked on the flop. I mean, it's a good fold, but he would have spiked the
He
set
would
on
have
the
got
turn.
there, yeah.
I would have bet if he did it.
Thank you. Not all night.
I should have called 25.
Doesn't matter if you don't have checks, you get it.
Hey, Francois.
I don't know about that.
I had to stay on the turn. That's my stay. Bring him to the toilet.
Here we go with another chip count.
Mike's building
Mike
it
is
back, up
up
again.
at 800.
He was
crazy. Unbelievable.
13 down to 3 and change, back up
And
to
Paige
8.
is just like stuck around there with 170.
She's had 150 last count again, 150, and this time 170. She's made $20.
You would have got my money, huh?
Looks like Mike raised. King 5 of diamonds. Couple people in there. Ace 10 and 4-6. 5-4 queen. Look at this.
And Mike just checked a pair of 5s.
Yeah, he did.
That is not like him.
And David's going to bet 50 here with a pair of 4s. Mike calls. He's got the best hand. And did Magic call 2 there in seat 2? Oh, the action's on him.
It's on him
Yeah.
now.
So it's
And I will smoke you this hand.
We'll see.
Mike's telling him, I'll smoke you this hand.
It's on him.
So he's called this guy a wimp, a coward, and now he says, I will smoke you this hand. Again, okay.
Muck the cards. Can you beat two pairs?
Now Mike's lying. Mike's saying he has 2 pair.
Two pairs. Muck those cards. There you go.
Goading Magic to muck the card.
$20 if you
Yeah,
want.
I'm checking. Go ahead, Professor.
You owe me 20
Turns a
bucks.
9.
Check.
Mike checks. Magic, David checks, and then the river comes Jack. Check, check, and King 5 is going to be good here.
He says, I have a pair of 5s.
Hey, Mike, you owe me 20 bucks.
No, cannot match.
No, it's
They give to you.
What did Magic muck again?
Mike,
Ace 10. He didn't have it.
He wouldn't have got
No,
that.
no.
Thank you.
Mike.
I didn't even win that much. Okay, here's 5.
Again, I'm waiting because we talked about the coward thing a couple minutes ago. I'm waiting for the responses to come in on our thread that you can follow on 2+2. Go to 2plus2.com. Click on forums. Click on
Give us your votes.
Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. I'm going to gather that I think that a lot of people being called a coward at the table by some guy that has been drinking too much, some people might take offense to that.
Yeah, well,
Maybe
I
it's
do
just
think
me.
that all of us in here kind of, both males, you and Isaac said yes, that you would take offense to it. Evelyn, would you take offense
I
to
said
it?
I didn't.
Evelyn would
I
not.
necessarily.
So I think it
I
is a
wouldn't
girl.
because as long as the guy's giving me money, I don't care. But a lot of guys are really sad.
Yeah.
I don't care what
I don't
people
think a
call
girl
me.
would.
It's not a big deal. I just.
I bet 35.
I could think of some good names, Bart.
Is that right?
Sanshua.
Yeah, it's amazing, huh? Here's $5 for you.
Thank you.
Mike has raised here with King 5 of clubs. And seat 9 calls with King Jack of spades.
Right? Here we go. Because I know I'm going to get my $5 back. Like that? Yeah, like it. You like it?
And we're heads up, King 5 against King Jack. Mike, the original raiser. Ooh, Mike's picked up a flush draw.
I have my $5 back.
And Mike bets. Looks like he bet 50.
You want to call? Go for it. That's good.
And Alex Mux.
He's going to show us cards again. There you go. You never have to wonder with him.
No, Francois.
Oh, Francois.
Wait, what is he doing?
Can't do that.
No.
Okay, he gets his hand smacked. Or just smack him upside his head.
Hey, will you guys have a shot? Okay, high five. All three. Three amigos. Three musketeers over here. Service!
Big fly, please.
Do they have butt massages here, or do you have to pay extra?
I'm sure you gotta pay extra.
Big fly.
Big blind? What is that? $12? You want a butt massage? $5. Oh, thank you. Not for me.
So Todd's got the button over there in seat 6.
It's really gonna cost.
Again, a $200 restricted buy-in, no limit hold'em game. 3 and 5 blinds. Yellow chips are $5 chips. Blues are 1s.
Quite frankly, it's not worth it.
And Mike has just chosen to keep his chips strewn
In a jumbled mess.
about the table.
Put a 5 on it. Good luck.
Ace 3-6 here on the flop. I think the pot was limped around.
Coward?
Mike's gonna bet here with bottom pair. Look at he's calling somebody coward again.
That's a coward.
Look, he's calling everyone a coward. He's going around and pointing and calling everyone a coward.
Now you got pair. That's just straight. See?
I think it's funny.
I just need to double that one time. One time, double me out. You can double me out.
Hey, service. Oh, no, he's not service. Everybody
Turns over too.
And
Man needs a drink.
I think Donna's having more fun with this table
Yeah.
than she ever has. She's just back there cracking up at Mike.
Twenty-five.
What do you call?
seat 3 has brought this hand in for a raise. He's got to put his cards up there on the window. Looks like he made it 25 to go.
It looks like we have here at seat 8 has jacks.
Yep.
And he's
Mike's got jacks over there in seat 8.
Hike.
Again, seat 3 there. He's brought it in for a raise.
Hike.
Ace King.
You like it?
And I think Mike re-raised him. So Mike re-raised out of the blind. Ace King against pocket jacks.
Oh, you put it. Let me see it. Don't worry about it.
And here we go to the flop. Flop is 3-7-9, all diamonds. And Mike has the jack of diamonds in his hand. And David checks. I think Mike
went
checked
check,
and
check.
David
They both
checked. Turns an 8. Put some money in the pot there, Mike. Now Mike
He
bets,
bets.
and he's going to take it down.
He's trying to order malt liquor.
Look at this.
And what do you like? Cold 45? My friend, for sure.
I'm good, man.
You get all that?
No, I'm good. No cold.
What's it called? Schlitz? Yeah, that's what he was ordering.
12 Thunderbirds. You got that?
OE.
12 Thunderbirds.
Or, yeah, Old English. Nothing like drinking OE in an OE mixed game. I've done that before.
3 Jägermeister. Anyone want Jägermeister?
Oh, no. I'm
Not all? Okay. Too old to drink a Jägermeister?
Too old, man.
That's so cowardly. Are you with me? Jaeger? Meister. I bet 40. Because you're all wimps and you want I don't want to stack my shit. It's bad luck.
And Mike's got a real hand again. He's raised to 40 on the button with ace queen.
No, I did not.
Paige has got pocket kings in seat 5, and she's limped. She's going to pull the limp re-raise here. And she's short chipped here, Shirley. Isn't she going to push?
If you didn't pay attention, if you don't pay attention to me, you don't.
The man's hungry.
I'm gonna go all in.
She's going all in.
She's going to she's going to go all in here.
Pay attention to every card.
So she's going to move all in, and she doesn't look like she has that much.
And Mike might call. I don't know if he's trying to stack those chips. He's been doing the same thing. Look at what. Maybe he just gets enough to stick in the pot. She's calling.
And he's going to
He's
call.
calling.
And Bobby's got Jack 9. Oh, he's going to call. Wow. So he wants to go heads up because there's going to be a side pot between Bobby and Mike. Now, Paige is all in with pocket kings. The main pot's going to be about $250. But now we have the opportunity to build a side pot. Ace Queen against Jack 9. Bobby against Mike. 6, 7, 9. Bobby's got top pair. And he's going to bet. He bets 100. And that's a great bet because you can't give somebody a free card like with a couple of overcards. And look at this though, Mike calls the side. He calls with ace queen.
I was thinking it was kind of big because there was 0 side pot. You know,
I understand that, but you don't want to have somebody draw out on you. You know, with someone like ace queen, he bets the top pair. I like the bet, and Mike calls with overcards. And kings is good for the main pot, but we've got 200 on the side now.
We need a spade, or ace.
Oh no! The dealer has put the side pot in the main pot.
It's not that.
But
big
it's
of a
just
deal.
$200.
We know it's
Yeah.
exactly $200.
Yep.
So.
And the bizarre nature of this game continues on Live at the Bike tonight.
Well, the dealers that we have in Live at the Bike are the best dealers out there. You know, it's very,
that was
very
not a big
rare
deal.
that we see anything like that. You know, so
let's see the turn here. Turns of 4 spades. Now Mike has the nut flush draw. And look at this. Bobby has moved all in with top pair. Mike's got the nut flush draw with overcards.
Mike might call.
And let's see how much Bobby has. Look at this. He's showing the ace of spades. There was 200 in the side pot before that. Bobby moves all in. I think that Bobby has at least 400. It's 340 more, Shirley. So the side pot is now $540, $340 for Mike to call. If he figures his spade and his overcards are good, does he have the odds to make the call? He's getting a little over. He's getting about 1.5 to 1 with one card to come. So he probably does not have the odds to call here with one card to come. But of course, there's money in the main pot though too. I didn't take that into account. That's the side pot money. There's money in the main pot. There's $300 in the main pot. $540 on the side.
So there's $840, $340 for $340 to win $840.
Yeah, so now you're getting almost, 3 to 1. So it's close. I still don't think he quite has the odds to call, but it's a very complex hand, and it's a big pot. Get about 300 in the main, 540 on the side.
Did Mike say he was going to call?
I
Because
think
if
he's still thinking.
Okay.
So
You have a 9?
Mike says he's got the ace of spades, and his overcards are good, but the queen is not good to win the main pot.
The main, right.
The ace is good to win the main pot. But on the side here, now Paige has one of the spades as well, so it's even less of a chance that he's going to catch.
Francois here is helping him count out his chips.
And this would pretty much bust him down, almost to fell. And he's just going to try to eye it out, I think. He's going to try to figure out how many
Why
chips
is
he
he
has
putting
left.
400? It was only 300. Oh, he wants to count all his chips? God,
He
Francois
wants to count
so nice
all his
to
chips
him.
out, yeah. Because what he's saying is he wants to figure out how much he's going to have left if he loses this hand.
I hope to see that. We've got to make sure we see that rabbit card.
344.
Oh my god, I want to call so bad. Hold on.
He says, I want to call so bad, but he hasn't said call yet. And he has shown the ace of spades.
Time.
So again, it would be about 840, and it's about 340 to call.
Yeah, I just realized it. We have an all-in, so we're going to see that last
Yeah, we're
card
going to see
anyway.
the river king
Yeah.
anyways. And at this point, you got to wonder if Mike figure out all these odds. He's had a lot to drink.
I don't think odds come into play with him.
Right. Oh, he's going to muck it. He mucks it.
Oh, wow.
He mucks it. So we're going to see the
Well, he
river.
still has 500 in
Now,
front
Page
of him.
is way out in front here to win the main pot. And the river is a king, and Page makes 3 kings on the river.
Mike, you don't win.
And Mike would not have got there.
Mike would not have gotten there. But Bobby wins the side pot. The side pot was $200.
You lose if you call.
And Page takes down the main pot.
I know. If you, I won the side pot.
Congratulations. You win $8. You win nothing.
I won $100.
And Bobby did win $100 on the side.
You
Though.
shut up.
He did.
I want you to call.
Finally, Page wins the hand.
She had the king of spades, too. It's like it's so useless.
You had the ace of spades?
Hey, you can't beat the lady. No, I just doubled you. I want to get his one. I want to get his money, not yours. The only girl at the table. You can't beat her. I'm even money. I came in there with 500.
Good lay down.
Who's big blind? Bad laid down. You should have called. You should have called that in an
I
instant,
almost
right?
did call. But, you know, I'm impoverished.
Yeah, should have bet 100.
Yeah, whatever.
100 you call.
Hey, nice river, baby. I wanted you to win.
Did I need the river?
So we have about 10 minutes left in the show, Shirley. And
I got
again, this is one that I'll remember for a long time.
Yes.
I wanted a call. Yeah, might as well in my head. Go ahead.
Pocket 10s over there for seat 3. He's chosen just to limp
I
in
can't
David.
believe he folded.
Mike's got 9-7 suited.
Oh, whatever.
And here we go to the flop. King 8-10. David's flop trip 10s.
I checked without looking.
Mike has an open end straight draw.
And so does Page.
So does Page.
And Mike's going to bet 50 here.
I thought you didn't hear me.
Now, David did not raise pre-flop, and he's checked the flop.
And he's been slow playing his aces, but I would imagine that he's not going to slow play these. I would think he thinks these are good, and not really slow playing as good, just cautiously playing his ace.
Well, it looks like he's
pickers.
going to check call again
He
here.
is
He's going to
gonna
slow
call.
play. And Page might come in behind here. It's a rainbow board. Both people have open-ended straight draws.
She has more chips now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Because I'm not gay.
it's a $50 bet.
Last week, you know, I was thinking.
There's about 150 in the pot, so it's 50 for her to call. Well, she's going to muck. Maybe she figures she'll only see one card here on the turn. And if a jack or a 6 comes, we're going to see some fireworks. It's a king, and now David fills up. And he checks again. And Mike checks right behind him. And the river's a deuce.
This check thing isn't working.
And look at this, he checks the river again!
He's
Trying to
hoping,
induce a bluff.
He's hoping Mike was going to bet.
This guy has really slow played everything as well. Seat 3.
Well, he's slow played against Mike, and Mike hasn't taken the bait with him in particular. You know, he's been betting some hands out there
Yeah.
on bluffs, but not with David.
Good hand, buddy. Professor. Professor McGillicuddy.
You're lucky you missed.
I'd like to hit a full house with a deuce 5. Time for us to win, right?
We really wanted him to have a fucking ace.
Rick? I raised 20.
Mike's got a king 10 offsuit this time. And he's going to make it 20 to go with blue chips. And seat 9 looks like he is going to raise with king queen. Try to isolate Mike. Looks like he made it 60 or 75.
I was hoping you would. Genshma.
60.
40 more.
And Mike is in bad shape. I can't imagine he's going to lay this down pre-flop.
No, you wouldn't think so.
No.
I'm hungry. I've been in for 5 days. Yeah. Hell yeah. What do you mean? 2 players?
40 more.
Head to head? Oh my god, that is a dream come true. There is no way you are going
Got a
to.
white chip.
He's egging the guy on again. So king 10 against king queen here to the flop.
Way or no way?
Ace queen 3. Well, it should be easy for Mike to get away from this.
No, it shouldn't. He
He
has a
bets
gut
100.
shot straight draw here. Although the large bet might get him off the hand.
Oh, he's going to call. My goodness. Gonna need to spike a jack.
Jack.
The turn's a 4. But look at this. Alex is going to check and give him a free card because he doesn't have an ace. But the river's a 7. He doesn't get there. And look at this. He's going to bet 100 as a bluff. And Alex makes the call. And Francois is asking to see the winning hand. Which you don't like either, Shirley. He's not even involved in the hand.
Well, no, I don't mind in this hand because
You think that
Mike
Mike
bet
and Seat
100.
9 are colluding?
no. Mike bet $100. Seat 9 called.
Okay.
Mike turned his hand up.
No, he didn't. He mucked his hand.
No, he didn't. He turned it up. He turned it
Are we
up.
getting confirmation on that?
Yes. Yes. He turned it up, but he did say you win to seat
Oh,
9.
okay. I thought he
and
mucked
seat
his
9
hand.
tried to muck his hand or push his hand into there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that
I
would
see.
be a little strange for him
Well,
to
then
muck his hand.
obviously
face
then he
down,
has to show his
considering
hand, obviously.
Right,
Okay.
right.
I thought he mucked the hand.
He has never.
I thought he mucked the
keeps
hand
showing
face. Okay.
both his cards. Of course, he mucked it face up.
Now, if you mucked it face down, you'd have a problem with Francois asking to see Seat 9's hand, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
I hate, you know that. I mean, that's
Yeah.
one of my pet peeves about seeing the hand. But since there was a bet and a call there, you know, it's not bad to see the winner's hand. He was the winner.
Well, he has to show his hand.
Right, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, he has to show his hand.
15 more.
Yeah, here we go again.
These guys are
Oh,
out of their mind.
Man, this is incredible. Mike's got pocket 8s. Lots of high Broadway cards here. I actually like Mike's hand. People are sharing a lot of cards.
Get Mike a cocktail. Mike needs a cocktail.
And that's a pretty good flop for pocket 8s here. 5, 7, 6. Open-ended straight draw, over pair. He checks. He checks the flop with pocket 8s. And the turn is an ace. No one has an ace, but it's a third club. And now he bets. He bets 20. He's got the 8 of clubs. Now, seat 4 has the nut flush draw over there. How do you check that flop with pocket 8s? He makes the call. And Todd makes the call with Queen Jack. And there's a lot of cards that could hurt Mike on the river. And the 10 comes, and Rahman backs into the best hand in seat 4. But Mike bets again. He's going to bet 40. Rahman makes the call.
It's only 30, yeah. If he had bet more, he might have got this pot.
I just don't. How do you not bet the flop there? King 10's going to take it down.
How dare you bet on
Club 4 or 9.
And this is going to be the last hand of the night. What an interesting night, Shirley.
Yes, it's been fun.
Shirley, we'll see you again on Tuesday.
poker game? You're not supposed
Now, you said that you were taking Wednesday off, but I had heard from secondary sources that you were doing the shows on Tuesday and Thursday, or is it Wednesday and Thursday?
I'm doing the show on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Okay.
But for the next couple weeks, me and David switched our schedules kind of all around. He's
Okay.
going to Hawaii. I have a couple tournaments. Well, Monday I'm not scheduled to work, but Monday there's another Omaha tournament, a live tournament I'm playing.
So we're going to see a family pot for the last pot of the night here. 7-way action, limped around. Deuce 4 king. Mike bets $10 with Jack high. Seat 1 calls, seat 2 calls, and the button's going to raise here with the king. David with the king 9. Makes it 60 to go.
50 more.
No, he did.
And he calls. He calls the raise with Jack 5. And again, we would need to see a running combination of cards here, Shirley.
In order to make him the
Yeah.
winner. That's
And actually, seat 2 is in the hand. He's got a flush draw. We didn't have
Seat
his
2,
cards
Queen
up
eight.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, Queen 8 of hearts. Action is on seat 2. Oh, he's going to muck the
He
flush
mucks.
draw. Yeah. And we are heads up, David against Mike. Well, the turn's an 8, and that's going to
Mike's
do
drawn
it.
dead.
Mike checks, it looks like. And David's going to push all in. And Mike's going to fold. And that is going to do it for us tonight. Thank you all for joining us. Again, tomorrow is Friday, which means big no limit. Most likely 10:20 with some of the usual characters. Hopefully Patrick will filter in. Corporation Mike, Diablo, Mo. Hey, anyone else that wants to come and join? I mean, you've seen these guys play for the last 6 months on Friday nights.
Right.
Come down if you think you can take them on. So for Shirley Rosario and everyone here at the booth, we'll see you tomorrow night at 6 o'clock Pacific time. Good night, everybody, from
Good night.
Live at the Bike.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.